Good morning, committee members. Doug Watchman with Navajo Department of Emergency Management.
Good morning. This is Kimberly Dutcher with the Navajo Nation Department of Justice.
Good morning. This is Dr. Priscilla Fowler, Division of Human Resources, yet at the news.
Good morning. This is Travis LeBeau, the ASAC out of Assistant Special Agent in Charge out of D4 in Albuquerque.
Morning, Larry Chi, Navajo Nation Fire Chief.
Morning, James Begay, Correctional Specialist, District 4.
Bart Stevens, Bureau of Indian Affairs.
Orlinda Platero, Indian Self-Determination, BIA.
Good morning, Cheryl Curley, Tribal Liaison, BIA, Navajo Region. Okay, I think that's everyone, Lorraine. Okay, so with that, we're going to move down to item number 3, review and adopt the agenda. Before we call for a motion, I will ask Lorraine to read the agenda into record. Go ahead, Lorraine.
Good morning, Michael Anderson, Page, Arizona.
Okay, agenda of the Law and Order Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council special meeting by teleconference, June 5th, 2020, 9 a.m. Presiding Eugenia Charles Newton, Chairwoman Otto, Vice Chairperson. Location by teleconference call. 1, call special meeting to order, roll call invocation. Number 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. Number 3, review and adopt agenda. Number 4, review and adopt the journals. There are none. No journals. 5, receiving reports. A, update report from Harlan Cleveland, Delegated Emergency Management Director on donations and deliveries. B, report from Jesse Delmore, Executive Director, Division of Public Safety, on the status of first responder payments for regular overtime and hazards. C, report from Curling Current Controller, Robert Louis, Office of the Controller, in regard to regular pay, overtime pay, and hazard pay for first responders and others. D, update report from Dr. Priscilla Fowler, Executive Director, Navajo Nation Division of Human Resources, regarding payment for first responders. E, report from BIA Navajo Region, Cheryl Curley, Tribal Operations Specialist, Office of Tribal Services, Gallup, New Mexico, regarding scope of work and budget for the special duty pay and PPE. Item F, report from Office of Management and Budget regarding information on the revised scope of work and budget for the special duty pay and PPE request under the Tribal Enrollment Program contract PL 93638 with the nation. This request was given by BIA on May 18, 2020. G, others. 6, old business, none. New business, none. 8, close of meeting, announcement, and adjournment. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Ms. Spencer. Colleagues, can I get a motion for the agenda?
Vice Chair will motion for the agenda.
I should say Honorable Otto. So, can I get a second?
Delegate James, second.
Honorable Vince James, thank you so much. Colleagues, before we proceed forward to the vote, there has been a request. Mr. Bart Stevens rearranged his schedule so that he could take part in this call. He is listed as item E on the agenda. Mr. Stevens has a few meetings scheduled for today, but again, he did rearrange his schedule so that he could take part in this call. So if we could have one of my colleagues motion to amend the agenda to move him to item A so that he can give a report on the BIA and the monies that are available there. I think it would be a great segue into the conversation that we'll be having today. So I did get this request from BIA. So if I could have one of my colleagues proceed forward and maybe if they would like to make that motion. Thank you.
Chairwoman, I would like to move Navajo area BIA director to be the report, move his report as report A due to his schedule, and he is a busy person, and I do agree to that. And I motion that.
Thank you, Honorable Stowe. Can I get a second?
Delegate James, second.
Thank you, Honorable James. Committee members, if there are no questions or comments to this motion, I will go ahead and proceed forward with the vote. Are there any questions or comments at this time?
No questions.
Okay, so I'll proceed forward to the vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Green for Honorable Otto So. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Okay, with that, committee members, the vote is 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 not voting, that's the chair, and 2 who are absent. Honorable Eugene So and Honorable Edmund Yazzie. The motion to amend does hereby pass. So we're moving item E under the last agenda, which is the report from BIA Navajo Region Cheryl Curley, who is actually Bart Stevens, to tribal operations regarding the scope of work and budget for the special duty pay and PPE, item A on the agenda. So now we're going back to the main motion held by Honorable Otto So and second by Honorable Vince James. And this is to the agenda. If there's no other amendments that need to be made at this time, I will proceed forward to the vote. Are there any questions or comments or other amendments that need to be made to the agenda at this time, colleagues? Okay, so we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the vote, and this is the motion to adopt the agenda with the 1 amendment made. Before I proceed forward with the vote, Ms. Spencer, can you go ahead and read the agenda in with the amendment that has been made?
Okay, Madam Chair and members of the LLC, going to item E, report from BIA Navajo Region. That will be by Bart Stevens. That will be moved to item A. And the O-A becomes B and so forth on down as they change. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Ms. Spencer. So this is the vote that we're calling at this time to adopt the agenda. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Okay, with that, committee members, the vote is 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 not voting, that's the chair, and 2 who are absent, Honorable Eugene So and Honorable Edmund Yazzie. The agenda is hereby adopted with the 1 amendment. We'll be moving down to item number 4, review and adopt the journals. There is none. Item number 5, receiving reports. We have first on our list, report from BIA Navajo Region, Bart Stevens, regarding the scope of work and budget for the special duty pay and PPE. Can I get a motion to hear the report?
Vice Chair, motion.
The motion, can I get a second?
Delegate James, second.
Honorable Vince James seconds the motion. Mr. Stevens, we appreciate you being on the line. We do appreciate you making some changes to your schedule to accommodate the Law and Order Committee. Just as a recap, we'll have 15 to 20 minutes for your information. Upon completion, the floor will be given back to the committee if we have any questions, and then it'll be turned back over to you. During your presentation, you can have the protocol of how this is handled. So before we begin with the presentation, Stephen, you have the floor.
Thank you very, very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, honorable delegates, visiting guests, and other individuals that are on the call this morning. Certainly appreciate the opportunity to come before you and share information regarding CARES Act funding that was distributed through Indian Affairs to the Navajo Nation. I want to start first with a brief description of the funds themselves, and then go over a timeline of activities that have happened since then. As most are aware, with Congress appropriating CARES Act funding through Indian Affairs, came in two different lumps of resources, lumps of funds. The first being the $4 million of which we're speaking of today, with very clear guidance from Indian Affairs Central Office on how these funds were to roll out to the Navajo Nation. In the second being the $3 million that went to aid to tribal government, welfare assistance, which has very stringent regulations on how that welfare assistance fund need to be expended by the Navajo Nation that are in direct line with already existing regulations regarding welfare assistance. And I can explain more of that if we have more questions about that. But I wanted to focus on the first appropriation, which was $4 million. The direction, as I said, came from Central Office to roll these funds out to the Navajo Nation through an aid to tribal government contract. And in most regions, there are several aid to tribal government contracts in place through PL 93-638 that allow other regions to roll this money out to different programs, still following the guidance provided by Central Office, not guidance, but requirements to get this money out to those types of contracts. In the Navajo region, we only have one aid to tribal government contract currently in place. So we had a couple of options. We could first create a whole new contract of aid to tribal government and disperse the money through that contract. That would be a very lengthy and arduous process on both sides, on the Navajo Nation and on BIA, to establish a new contract to then roll these funds out. And again, my expectation and my preference was to roll these monies out to the Navajo Nation because they are COVID funds, and I'll get more detail into the purpose of these funds in a minute, to get them to the Navajo Nation just as soon as we possibly could. And I committed to doing that, and my team was very successful in getting the funds out to the Navajo Nation very quickly, in a matter of days, 2 days to be exact. So given that, we chose not to go the route of establishing a new contract, which I said would take a great deal of time and delay the funding being in Navajo Nation coffers to address issues related to this emergency. So the only aid to tribal government contract, as I said, that we have is with tribal enrollment. And many think, and I thought as well, that what does this have to do with the pandemic, tribal enrollment? But what we did, we were able to work with the Navajo Nation, with OMB specifically, to create a set aside, if you will, for lack of a better word anyway, on how these funds would roll out to aid to tribal government, tribal enrollment contracts, and be set aside from the other enrollment funding which tribal enrollment already received. And to do this, we had to do a modification to that aid to tribal government, tribal enrollment contract. That modification was completed with the help of my team, who drafted a scope of work that was in compliance with, again, the purpose of these funds were set aside or appropriated by Congress and rolled out to the nation to address preparedness and responsiveness to COVID-19 pandemic issues and concerns and so forth, to address issues related to COVID-19. So my team very successfully and immediately drafted a scope of work and provided that to OMB. So we started the work as soon as we received the funds in our coffers from central office. And if there's questions about timelines, I'll revert to my ISD personnel to provide the exact dates when we received, when we distributed, and so forth. So that took place, and we got a response, slightly edited response from OMB. I'm thinking within a day and a half, if I remember correctly, basically agreeing with us on the scope of work, identifying that these and acknowledging that these were not tribal enrollment dollars per se to go towards those program objectives and scope of work, but were a set aside that were to go towards addressing COVID-19 response and preparedness. We also got a budget, and we asked for a budget on how they were going to expend those funds as described, and understanding that we could modify that budget going forward if need be. We just wanted to get the documents in place so that we could award these funds and get them into your coffers just as soon as we possibly can. So we accepted the slightly amended scope of work and the budget that was submitted, knowing well from all sides, our side and yours, that budget could be amended. So we got the $4 million into tribal enrollment coffers, separated from existing tribal enrollment funds. On March 18th, we met with the Navajo Nation, and it was requested at that point if what funds could be used for what purpose. And this included the $4 million that we're speaking about, as well as the $3 million on welfare assistance. And the question was asked if welfare assistance could be used for overtime, hazard pay, PPE for first responders. And as I explained earlier, welfare assistance rolled out with very specific parameters on what these funds could be used for and not be used for specifically. They were under the guise of welfare assistance, which covers elder care, foster care, human service type services. So the answer was no, we couldn't use that $3 million for PPE, overtime, hazard pay, and so forth for first responders, law enforcement, etc. So then the question was asked, well, what about the $4 million that rolled out to tribal enrollment? And it's almost immediately after the question was asked, I consulted the team quickly, and we were all in quick agreement. And I was actually prepared to give the response immediately without even consulting with the team, because I knew that it was perfectly doable, because in the language of that $4 million award, it said responsiveness and preparedness for COVID-19 issues and impacts. So at that point, on the 18th, we requested the Navajo Nation provide us an updated scope of work and an updated budget. Because remember, I said that we would modify as we needed to, as needs were determined by the Navajo Nation that meet the criteria of these CARES Act funding, specifically for COVID-19 preparedness and responsiveness. And I told them, and I've told others, including NABI and other leaders within the nation at different times, that as soon as I get that scope of work, that modified scope of work that identifies, the use of these funds to be used as I described, with overtime, PPE, and so forth of these law enforcement officers, I would approve, because it meets to the T the purpose of these funds. And so I would not delay approving that. As of when did I last? Earlier this week, I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday, we still had not received, and I can ask my ISD staff to comment on that as well, because I think it's still the case where we still have not received that scope of work or that updated budget. And so I have nothing to approve. So at this point, it's kind of, we're waiting for that. And as I said, I would approve immediately if it meets that criteria, like I know it will, because we've already discussed it. And I've already given my verbal approval, which really doesn't mean anything until I get a document that I can sign off on. As we all know, what's in black and white is what holds water. And I'm prepared to do that immediately. So as I shared with NABI, these law enforcement officers that are deserving of being compensated for the time that they're doing it in this time of need and under these hazardous conditions are well deserving. And I would do so immediately so that those funds can go to cover those costs. What I want to also make clear is that these CARES Act funding that were awarded through to the Aid to Tribal Government Contract Tribal Enrollment are in no way, shape, or form associated with 93-638 funding that comes from Office of Justice Services, Indian Affairs, to the Navajo Nation for law enforcement. That is a separate contract. We did not modify that contract. Those funds are in the scope of work and budget associated with that, as well as annual funding agreements that are negotiated, stay in place. OJS District 4 does not have any authority over this $4 million, or they can certainly chime in, but I would hope that shop would support what I just described as a dire need to ensure that our public is safe and our officers are compensated and protected. But nonetheless, there's a separation there. This is as I said, just like this fund are set aside from tribal enrollment funds, it's also set aside from the OJS contract that's currently in place and has been in place for many years. And that will continue to be in place through that process. So, as I said, I've reported out to NABI. I've reported out to others within the Navajo Nation, some through individual conversations and so forth, on where the BIA Navajo Regional Office is at, again, standing ready to grant that approval just as soon as we get it, are able to do a quick review to make sure it meets the requirements, which I'm sure it will. I'm very confident that it will. And then I can approve almost immediately, and then you can begin dispersing those funds as described in that scope of work and in that budget that we received. And if I don't know if we need to get into the weeds with timelines just yet, but I want everybody to understand that my team in the Navajo region, and with the leadership provided from the BIA Navajo region, I want to commend my staff for getting these funds awarded immediately. That was my expectation, my directive, and we came through. with getting these into the Navajo Nation coffers. And there it sits now waiting for either to be expended or, like we're at now, waiting for an update, not an update, revised scope of work and budget so that we can go down a different path after we identified a different need for law enforcement officers. So with that, that's where we sit, and I'll take any questions that any of you may have for me or my team. And I know we have OJS on the line as well, that we can respond to at this time.
Colleagues, are there any questions at this time for Mr. Stevens?
Vice Chair has a question here. Has some questions.
Honorable Otto So?
Well, first of all,
Honorable Otto So? Honorable Otto So, are you still on the line? I think Honorable Otto So got dropped from the call. Honorable Vince James, do you have any questions for the presentation provided by Mr. Stevens? Hello, hello? Lorraine, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I'm not sure what's going on. Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Honorable Vince James?
Oh, yeah,
Oh, go ahead.
in regards to the presentation that you had, thank you, Mr. Stevens, for providing that information. Now, my question is, what is it that has been indicated to OMB for OMB to approve the documents? Do you have copies that you can send to LOC of what has been forwarded to OMB to get that approval? I'll probably have another follow-up question. Thank you.
Mr. Stevens?
Madam, yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We, in another item that I presented to NAVI and others, is that OMB is exactly, I think as you're referencing, is the go-between, the conduit, if you will, with all communication from the BIA to our 93-638 program, through our awarding officials, our AOTRs, and our CORs that monitor these contracts on the federal side. So we funnel everything through OMB. That's the way it's set up. And then when those programs want to communicate with us, they also have to funnel their communication through OMB. So we do have documentation of what we rolled out to OMB, requesting the scope of work that was initially provided when we wanted to get the money out to your coffers immediately. And that was the one that I referenced earlier, saying that scope of work and budget is what we drafted for them as a mere suggestion. We only do that as providing technical assistance. We're not saying what we write is what you have to execute. It's just a suggestion to get the wheels turning, and they're able to edit and as they feel as you all feel needed, as OMB feels they need to, and then it just gives them a head start. We feel we want to help. So that's all we received from them, was that initial scope of work and the budget. We've then communicated, as I said in the meeting, because the question was asked now if they could change direction and cover OT and PPE and the things that I described. And verbally, I said, yeah, that's great. Absolutely. We can do that. And then we said, get us that revised scope of work, that revised budget. That we have not received. And that's what we're waiting for since March 18th. That we can just take a quick look at it. Like I said, once we receive it, we'll review it within a day, within half a day, and you'd get approval, if not, or minor edits if they're needed, which again, I'm confident there won't be. We would approve. Now, there's been some communication. We've provided technical assistance, ongoing technical assistance. In the last communication and follow-up, again, requesting this was the 21st, March 21st, which was just a few days after the initial meeting. It was probably our immediate follow-up, just referencing the conversation that we had and that what we're expecting in terms of a scope of work in budget. Or actually, that was on May 21st that we followed that up. I'm sorry, that was my error. And that's where we stand. I referenced before also in the...
Sorry.
I referenced before in Navi that there's policies in place within the Navajo Nation that we follow that require us to use OMB as the conduit for communication with our 638 contracts. Now, where that lies in terms of this body or other bodies that oversee some of those programs and getting them in line with that communication, we would follow any guidance or policy change that the Navajo Nation puts in place to allow us to freely share information. And of course, even beyond that, we are here as trustees for the Navajo Nation, and we'll, in all transparency, we will share whatever we have and communicate to any leader in the Navajo Nation.
Delegate James.
Honorable Vince James.
Thank you. So if we're talking about March 18 and we're beyond 60 days and approaching 90 days, I believe OMB does not do the technical work of the budget. It will come from the department. And in this case, it sounds like the holdup could be at the department of whoever is taking care of the human resource section. And then there's that possibility that the red tape is also with DPM, Department of Personnel Management. Because Department of Personnel Management is really tedious about numbers. So I'm assuming that's where the holdup is. But yet, for some reason, when we ask about it, we are told that it's BIA that has the blockage. It's OOC that has the fort and not moving that fort. So I think this call should entail those individuals that work on the daily document, on preparing the spreadsheet for OMB, because the actual staff that work with human resource are the ones that would put all of that document together for OMB, working with DPM. So at this point, it sounds like we have staff that are dropping the ball, or there are the staff that are committed, but it's one of the departments that is dropping the ball and are waiting for a certain document. I wish we were in a perfect world where we could have a staff from DPM and OOC, and then possibly OMB sit with Department of Public Safety to figure this out, because it's going to be a day or two, because you're talking about going back to timesheets, you're going back to talking about reviewing the payroll, how many hours were submitted for each of these individuals. And we've invested in this financial system, and there are times that DPM does not want to share that information that they could see on their system. And I've always have said and indicated that the FMIS system, there's certain things that DPM can see, and there's certain things that human resource staff at the departments can see. And it just makes it so complicated that when those human resource staff at the departments can't see it, then they got to wait for an individual from Department of Personnel Management to reverse that information to them. And then on top of that, Department of Personnel Management oversees so many other different programs. So it would be really nice, like I said, in the perfect world, if there was one individual or two individuals from Department of Personnel that was just pretty much technically just assigned to Department of Public Safety to resolve this issue. And so, and with staff being on administrative leave, I think that's going to be another reason that we're going to hear from the division director and then from DPM plus all the other departments. So I at this point, I really don't know how serious they are about it. It sounds like nobody is really taking it serious because we're approaching 90 days since this information was given back in March 18. So where is it that we as oversight committee come in? And that would be another question to our legal counsel. What can we do as oversight to address these issues with division directors to get on it and to process these documents? Because like I said, there's certain information on the FMIS system that the staff at Human Resource staff for Department of Public Safety most likely wish they could review. And if they could review that, a lot can be accomplished. But for whatever reason, they'll probably have their reason for confidentiality, the Privacy Act. They'll bring up all of that. But that's the DPM. So at this point, I think it's best that we have individuals from the actual Office of Human Resource for the Division of Public Safety explain where the hookup is and what they're running into for all of this to be laid out. Because if we continue just to listen to upper management and upper administration does not do the daily tasks that DPM is requesting for. And they would contest to it that upper administration will not sit there and take care of the tedious things that DPM is requesting for. It's the actual office assistant, office specialist, or maybe administrative assistant, the support staff that actually do that work. So it would be really, really nice to find that information from those support staff, not hearing it from administration staff. That's where we could resolve all of this issue. So thank you for the information. Thanks for allowing me to comment. Chairwoman, going back on mute.
And just so you know, we do have legislative counsel on the line. So what we'll do is I'll wait to call them. I'll go back to Honorable Otto Stowe. Honorable Otto, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm on the line again. Got cut off. So a lot of the questions I was going to ask was pretty much comments made by Honorable James, and it really, really, really disheartens me. We have our own tribal employees that is hindering this thing. And again, Mr. Stevens, thank you for having a turnaround date of 2 days to get the funds from the day that was deposited into your account and into the Navajo Nation's account. And your staff tremendously, you probably had a skeleton crew that actually made that happen. And on the Navajo Nation side is a whole nother issue. And whether they're the division director or whether they're a manager, we pay them thousands of dollars. We pay them thousands of dollars to try to take care of these things. And I really, really would like to see which divisions drop the ball on this. If human resources is a part of it, how do we address this? If enrollment office has dropped the ball, the manager who is supposed to be working on the scope of work to remodify the scope of work that BIA made, that would lie back on the manager and the division director of enrollment office. And somewhere in that office, someone is asleep at the wheel. And I guess we have to start looking at our own system. And they are the reason why our police officers are not being paid those special duty pay. Our firefighters, our EMS, they are the holdup. And it really disheartens me, Mr. Stephen. You know, and with our own travel system, we will try to get to the bottom of this. And I know it's not because of you. To my understanding, to what you indicate is that your department released these dollars, and I really, really, really commend them, because I bet you your employees wanted those police officers to get the pay what these dollars were meant for. I calculated the days from March 18th to today. 79 days. This includes the weekend. And with the March 21st meeting, and if you told the Navajo Nation to change the scope of work to remodify the scope of work on March 18th, on the 21st, they still had 77 days, and there's no excuse that our own tribal employees has chose to park these monies on the shelf. Mr. Delmore, I really hope that you provide this information to your police officers. And you guys were even left out of the loop. Public safety. You know, and OMB was part of the conversation here. The division that oversees the enrollment office is part of the conversation. The chief of staff has probably been part of the conversation. And all the individuals who had the privilege to sit in at this meeting understood what was to go on, what was to happen. But our tribal employees really dropped the ball here. And internally, we need to look at something. And I think I'm going to go ahead and go down that road and maybe sanction the division director, such as the Department of DPM, the division director for the for the enrollment office. Let's tie up their money that they get paid. Maybe that's the only way they would listen. Like I said, we paid them thousands and thousands of dollars, but yet they dropped the ball on the public safety. It really, really, all I can say is it pisses me off. I see. But again, Mr. Stevens, thank you for making your report and helping us sort through the spaghetti noodles here. And when we have to address this. I am really, really frustrated. And if I were, there's single parents that are police officers out there. In Tuba City, there's a few officers that are single parents that are working for the Navajo Nation Police Office, Police Department. And yet these individuals who are sitting at this round table within the executive branches holding up their pay. I will actually reach out to public safety officers in my area, and I will tell them directly that our tribal programs and these areas and these are dropping the ball, and it's not the lawmakers. We were left out of the loop. All they needed to do was come over to LOC and say, "Hey, this is what we're working on, and let's just say, how could we, I didn't call you." But no, they choose not to come to us and say, we need help. If at the time when this discussion happened and they asked for the help of the committee, this would have been done already. That is just my frustrations and but again, Mr. Stevens, I don't want to hold you on any more of your time. You have a lot of work to do, and we will work on this internally, and we'll try to get something out so that we can get our police officers the pay that they need. Like I said, 77 days. I wonder which division director had the privilege to sit in at this meeting. And when you directed them, that division director of that program and that manager of that program, who are deemed essential managers, they dropped the ball. 77 days. If this was the work under the federal government, Mark Stevens, I know you would release that employee right away. You would have had personnel action already, because I was a federal employee myself. And I know how the federal government wants things done. When they want it done, they get it done. But with the Navajo Nation, it's a whole different issue again. People fall asleep at the wheel, and especially the managers and the division directors. And that's what frustrates me. Again, thank you very much.
Honorable Charles Newton, may I speak? This is Orlinda Platero.
I'm sorry, hold on, Ms. Platero. Delegates, are there any other questions or comments from Mr. Stevens at this time?
Mr. Eugene So here.
Honorable Eugene So, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Ms. Spencer, can you put down that Mr. So is joining us? Honorable So, where are you at? What's your location?
Trying to find you. I've been trying to find you guys for considerable time. I finally got you guys and Mr. So there. Inform you that you said 10 a.m. And then I tried to look for it, but then somebody said, yes, 10. So I waited, and then all of a sudden it says 9 again from you. So I tried to hustle onto this phone and try to put in some numbers there. Finally found you guys, you all. Oh shit, I didn't really hear the presentation or the report that's being before you. So I'm just going to listen in and see what happens. Oh shit, thank you.
Mr. So, yeah, I'm sorry. I thought I texted you right after Otto said 10. I told you 9, but I apologize that you didn't get that in time. So really quickly, just as a recap, we do have Mr. Bart Stevens, the BIA Regional Director, on who's presenting to us right now. And he did inform the committee that BIA did give Navajo Nation $4 million, and that this was around March 18th, 2020, and that these $4 million could be used for overtime, the special duty pay, and PPE for our first responders. And that this was given to OMB to provide a scope of work identifying how these $4 million would be used. And to date, as of today, BIA has not received that scope of work. And it has been sitting on somebody's desk here at the Navajo Nation for almost 90 days. And we are trying to find out, or we're trying to get to the bottom of this as far as where this scope of work is at and why it has not been completed. So there was a request, or there was a question on where we as a committee, as the oversight, come in to address matters with division directors, if it is the division directors who are dropping the ball. And so Honorable Otto just got finished asking questions, and that was basically both him and Honorable Vince James asked the question, who in the Navajo Nation is dropping the ball? Because our officers and our first responders have not been paid yet. And we are getting reports from officers who are saying that some of them have not been paid overtime since the last fair. Some of them have not received their special duty pay. And we are trying to find out who is responsible for this. When BIA got their, when that money was made available, it took them 2 days to get that money to the Navajo Nation. And Navajo Nation has been sitting on that money for 90 days now. So I think that is a gist of what the conversation has been about. Does that catch you up to speed, Shijak?
Uncle She said, I'll just keep on listening. Thank you.
All right, great. Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Stevens, go ahead.
Madam Chair.
Yes, was that Mr. Stevens who was calling?
Yes, it is.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. You got the floor.
Okay, I just received more accurate information, and I do apologize, sincerely apologize. I was misinformed. Although time has lapsed, and this to me is an urgent issue, it only goes back, not the 90 days, but it goes back to May 18th, not March 18th. So still, nonetheless, the money's been sitting there for a very long time since we first awarded, but the request for a new scope of work to use it for overtime and PPE was made on May 18th, and I do apologize. I'm sorry I misinformed you.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Stevens. So you are correct that May 18th is still some time ago, and it took your division or your department 2 days to get that money to Navajo Nation. So we do appreciate that. But I think the question does still remain, who dropped the ball? Again, we are getting emails, phone calls, text messages from officers who are, really disappointed in what is going on. And I think that there is non-communication that's happening. And so we do appreciate BIA's diligence in getting this money out within that 2-day time frame. But I think that question does still remain, who is responsible for sitting on this scope of work, and why has it not been completed at this point? So, Mr. Stevens, Vice Chair, can I give the chair to you so I can ask a couple of questions?
Sure. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And let me give some time over to Madam Chair for questions. Thank you. Go ahead, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So, Mr. Stevens, I do appreciate the presentation and for informing us of what is going on. Obviously, there is, like I said, there is no communication coming from the executive branch to the oversight, aside from the information that we are receiving from those boots on the ground about their pay. We also were informed by Department of Public Safety that they were unaware of this $4 million. So I'm not even sure if they were in the meeting on May 18th when you explained to them that an application to be submitted. So at this point, those are questions that we will ask the division director, whether he was in attendance at that May 18th meeting, and where this scope of work is currently at. We do have several people who are currently listening from various departments, and I'm sure what we're going to hear today is a lot of finger pointing, but I think the bottom line is we need to get our first responders paid. That is our priority at this point. So I want to go back to your 638 contract, and you mentioned that in regards to the CARES Act, and my understanding is that the CARES Act funding is in no way associated with the 638 contract. Can you, I know that you kind of glossed over it a little bit, but can you provide us a little bit more insight into what you mean by how the funding is in no way associated with their 638 contract? And the way that I heard that statement that you made is, the way that I'm thinking about this is the 638 contracts are separate from the CARES Act. And right now we do have questions of whether, if the 638 contract funds are used, whether they can be replenished with the CARES Act without any type of, without us getting in trouble. So I want clarification on that, because I think we were updated yesterday from Madam Controller that there is money available. I believe there was 26 million I'm going back into my notes just to verify, 26 million that was identified for 2020 that's in the 638 contract now. And then we also, and that's for 2020, but there's still money left from 2019 of 11 million. And I could be wrong because I'm trying to go through my notes now to see where I wrote that down at. But in either case, we do have 638 monies available, and perhaps you can enlighten this committee by going over what the 638 contract money can be used for during this COVID-19 pandemic, and whether if those funds are allowed to be used, whether it has to be replenished back by the CARES Act. Thank you so much, Mr. Stevens. That's my question.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Stevens?
Thank you, Mr. So. Yeah, I can summarize or further explain rather. Under Public Law 93-638 is what all contracts with the Navajo Nation and the BIA, federal government, are under that mechanism. And that mechanism allows us to roll out specific funds for specific purposes for these programs, of which there are many that the tribe contracts from the government. So we get congressionally appropriated dollars that are line item budget in the Green Book, line item amount that go towards specific programs, and then it gets divided up across all 638 contracts across the nation with Indian tribes, and we get our share. And then with our share, we negotiate with the tribes on the annual funding agreement for all of these contracts, and then we disperse funds based on, again, the scope of work and the budget that the tribe provides. Oftentimes, and as well as administrative costs, contract support dollars that are associated with that. So all of these contracts, whether it's tribal enrollment, Office of Justice Services, law enforcement, corrections, all of these funds that flow through Indian Affairs are flowed through the mechanism of 93-638. Then comes along this special appropriations of CARES Act funding that is totally different, or not totally, it's a total one-time funding that came directly from Congress with specific strings attached. And I covered those, which is preparedness and responsiveness to the pandemic. So flows these monies out down through us and back to my previous statement, our only mechanism to get the money into Navajo Nation coffers, because it's almost impossible to get federal dollars, get real money, if you will, into the federal finance system, because it's a lock system and so forth. And the same is true with distribution. So the only mechanism that we rely on is the 93-638 process. So Congress appropriated these CARES Act funding to a lot of different departments within the government. Indian Affairs got their share, and with clear guidance on how it was going to be divided up among all the tribes, with specific purposes related to COVID-19. So the guidance that came down, as I said, had to go into this specific 638 contract under the umbrella of aid to tribal government. And we did that. So in reality, to sum it up, these CARES Act funds become a part of a 638 contract, what we call a mod or a modification to that contract, which separates it from tribal enrollment and CARES Act funding for specific purposes, this $4 million. And like I said, the OJS contract that's currently in place, that's still in place. Human services, tribal enrollment. I mean, the list goes on and on. You guys have multiple 93-638 contracts with us, which we fund. Those all remain in place. This is a special one-time funding that we had to create a little set aside or a little branch off of the aid to tribal government contract, which is tribal enrollment. Knowing upfront that these funds aren't to go towards tribal enrollment activities. They are to go towards responsiveness and preparedness to COVID-19 as Congress intended. So that's what we're working through now. And so your question with if you all, your 638 program expended other funds towards COVID-19 activities, and can those programs be reimbursed for what costs they incurred? I would certainly consider that if it meets the criteria of the CARES Act funding, which is very specific about preparedness and responsiveness to COVID-19. We would consider that adjustment to be made. Again, it's going to require the documentation of what was spent, when it was spent, how it was spent, and to determine whether it meets the criteria of the CARES Act funding. And I've certainly opened up those discussions with OMB and those programs to, again, programs are going to have to demonstrate and provide evidence that indeed some of their funds was used that meet the criteria of the CARES Act. And then I would consider that and see how that all could work with getting it out of this $4 million. Does that answer your question, Madam Chair?
Yes, it does. And
Chair.
I can't, Vice Chair, I'm sorry. I should have been recognized by you first before speaking, so I apologize. Yes, Mr. Stevens, it does answer my question. And one thing that I think that this committee has considered in the last year are the various pots available to Department of Public Safety. And we have asked questions, which is our right to do so, and it's our responsibility as an oversight to do so, is to ask these questions of where these funds are being expended, whether they are 638 contract money or whether they are general funds money, or in some cases what we call our K account money, which which includes grant monies and monies made available from the federal government, or sometimes in some cases from the state. So we have been asking those questions, and I believe Honorable Vince James has asked these questions not only during budget season, but also, prior to that. And we haven't received very much information back. In fact, at Nabikietske, I did inform you that as a committee, we did request to see the 638 contract and to see how much public safety is receiving, and to be part of the negotiation so that we can get our public safety more money, if that is what is needed. And you did provide a response to that. So I do appreciate your willingness to work with the committee, and also the update that you provided, and more importantly, the information regarding the $4 million that is there at BIA. As the oversight, we were not informed of the $4 million. On one hand, that I was okay with that, because I believe that as a committee, our priority has always been to get our officers paid, to get our first responders paid. So you can imagine the disappointment of hearing that there was $4 million made available to CIA. But at the same time, as a committee, when we saw the press release by the office of the president and vice president, when we saw that press release, we did say that, we're okay with it as long as their first responders get paid. So it wasn't even a day later that each of us as a committee started receiving phone calls, text messages, emails from the first responders, many of whom, I will say, had to email me on my personal email, and we're not using the Navajo Nation email. So I find that very interesting. But to hear kind of the internal happenings of the pay, and also what is going on within the department. And we have been receiving these for the last year. Many have voiced their concerns and also the issues that are happening. And when we started receiving those information, our was to ask these. And I believe Ms. Perling Kirk mentioned this at Nabikietske. Sometimes we just have to get the same information so that we're all on the same page. And that is really the purpose of today's call, is to get the first responders their pay. So I appreciate your information, and I know that this is outside of your realm because it sounds like BIA has done their job and they've given the $4 million to tribal enrollment, but it's not specifically for tribal enrollment programs, but in regards to the responsiveness and combating COVID-19. So, Mr. Stevens, I do appreciate your time and the information that you've given us, and thank you very much for working with me as the chair of Law and Order Committee, but also working with me and my project that are happening in Shiprock. So that's all I want to say at this time. Chair, if you're ready to give the chair back, I'm ready. If not, you can keep proceeding forward with the meeting.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Chairwoman, for your questions to the area director, and especially Mr. Stevens. Thank you for bringing this information and shedding light to the issue, to the problem that we as leadership started to question you at the yesterday's NABI session, session, and as you provided these information to leadership, a lot of leadership on Navajo has had the same question. Whether we have police officers up in Chi, Arizona, that are asking this question. We have AMS up there that is asking these questions, and it really baffles me and disheartens me. And right now, I tell you the truth, the morale of the police officers, the Navajo Nation Police Force, is probably low now. It's just like lying to them, saying, "Oh, well, we will pay you next week. You'll get it in your next check." But again, you know, someone within the Navajo Nation has dropped the ball, and bringing light to this is very, very, very instrumental. And we will look at we'll look at ways to try to address this issue relating to why these funds are not out. And we will identify these individuals who are holding up these dollars. And again, Mr. Stevens, thank you for your report. I'm going to turn the chairship back over to Madam Chair.
Vice Chair. Once again, Mr. Stevens, we do appreciate your time. Delegates, if there are no other questions for Mr. Stevens, we will go ahead and proceed forward to the vote to accept the report.
Madam Chair.
From delegates. Honorable Eugene, so go ahead.
Again, here, Mr. Stevens, that is, regards to who had the money, especially with this stuff in there. So I was wondering, Madam Chair, according to this delay of so many weeks with regards to pay, I wonder if we can have somebody to look into it, maybe our legal counsel or someone. I don't want to say investigation. Somebody that can look into see where it was, or even put something on paper so the people that ask us questions, you know, we can define it and let them know what happened. So live, the policemen, they all question. They all coming up with how many hours they went over, and they haven't seen the money. So in that regards, I would like to really see what really did happen and where it was and what was the hold up. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Honorable Eugene. So I think, I believe that is the $1 million question right now. Honorable Eugene, so do you have any questions for Mr. Stevens at this time?
Not Mr. Stevens. I'm just asking a question of what we can do, why the hold up. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Honorable Vince James, Honorable Eugene, so Honorable Edmund Yazzie, are there any questions at this time for Mr. Stevens?
Madam Chair?
Yes, who is that?
I'm from Legislative Counsel's office on the line as well. And
go ahead, Mr. Haven.
yeah, just real briefly, as I understood, Mr. Stevens, what seems to be necessary from Navajo Nation, and we can certainly prepare the resolution regarding the modification, I believe, that is necessary here to the enrollment contract. Is that the way I understood? And I think there was some misunderstanding on the dates involved as to when meetings were held. There's some reference to March, and then there's the May 18th dates, and I believe that's in respect to the CARES Act. Maybe perhaps the earlier dates were made with respect to the possibility of the modifications to the enrollment contract. Certainly, I'm somewhat new to LOC, but certainly our office is available. If that is basically what is necessary, is the modification, I would suggest that we start, provided the information is made available, that would be the actual modification and also the budget that is being requested, those two items. And essentially, I believe that we need to probably have standing committees such as LOC and then HESI and perhaps BNF as well to simply permit the modification to be made. Now, I do have questions. I believe, and basically, I will share with the committee as well and try to assist the committee as much as possible on the issues of reimbursement. And I'm not entirely sure from the statements made here today if that's an issue with respect to CARES Act funding, whether that's possible. I'm assuming with respect to enrollment contract, because I believe modification will be made to allow the overtime in that respect. I think that's basically the way I understood it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair?
Honorable Adoso?
I would like to request that maybe we could start working on the modifications ourselves. And if Mr. Stevens can send the contract over from the enrollment office over to the to our Ledge Council. So maybe that's all that needs to happen. That we need to do this ourselves. Because like I said, we pay these individuals thousands and thousands of dollars, especially whoever that division director is for that program. It's probably hitting almost $100,000 a year, and I like the idea that Mr. Havens, maybe we'll just put it in a resolution, submit it to the committee, and remodify it in that matter, because the proper oversight for our 638 contract are Navajo committee, and I believe that's if we could try to fast track it and communicate with budget and finance, we can try to get this out by next week Thursday's Navajo committee. Meaning, if we get this modification drafted by Mr. Haven as soon as we can and put all of these parameters in there, and we do have to get on the phone with OJF to see if these things are allowable related to reimbursement from the CARES Act when we utilize our 638 funds. And due to that issue there, that way the resolution required will indicate that information, and we can get it through. But we would have to communicate with budget and finance to try to get this modification completed. Since the programs are not doing it, really, that's just a thought. maybe we could have a discussion afterwards with Mr. Ron Haven after this committee meeting. Thank you.
I think those are things that we can work out internally with our legislative counsel, Mr. Haven. Mr. Haven, if you could possibly send the questions that you have on proceeding forward to Mr. Stevens, or maybe even to the committee, and we can start working on how to address some of these matters. So committee members, are there any questions or comments for Mr. Stevens at this time?
Delegate James.
Okay, with that,
Mr.
committee
Stevens.
members. Oh, Honorable Vince James, go ahead.
Mr. Stevens, is there a way you can send us email us a list of what you requested for, and maybe a template, a real quick draft template of what you need for your approval for us to move forward? Just something simple. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Stevens, answer. This is the Vice Chair. She might have got kicked off.
Okay, thank you, Mr. So, yes, Mr. James, absolutely. I want to provide a little point of clarification after hearing from Mr. Havens, but what we all need to keep in the back of our minds is this is not a contractual issue. This is much less than that. This is actually, and it's not even a modification. The mod is already in place. All we're asking for is a description, which we call a scope of work, not a mod, a scope of work that explains what you want to do, and then a budget with approximate numbers. And again, as I said early in my presentation, these can be amended as needed going down the road. So if you find that you get your mod in for the overtime, PPE, and so forth, and get your draft, your scope of work in, and then say at the end of the day, you see that there are other needs, like what was brought forward on this call with 638 reimbursement, then we can address that through another scope of work and budget to use an additional portion of this $4 million. So I just wanted to be clear first. Yes, we can provide you the contract. That's all public information. We can roll that out to you. We can roll out, absolutely, my team can pull together a draft scope of work just based on the information that we shared here on, your intent to use it for overtime and PPE and link it back to COVID-19 preparedness and response. Yes, we can do that. We can provide you a template for the budget, but we don't know your numbers. We're going to need the numbers from you that break that down. But yes, we will provide that, and we'll provide additional details on exactly what request we made. Again, I want to get the terminology straight. It's for a scope of work and a budget to change course on the use of these $4 million. But yeah, we will provide that. We'll get working on it right away and provide you the draft language for the scope of work and provide you the template for the budget that you guys can populate with your numbers, and we'll go from there.
Thank you very
for
much,
that,
Mr.
Mr. Stevens.
Or go ahead, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, Vice Chair. I was talking and I didn't realize that my phone was on mute. So I do apologize. So thank you for that, Mr. Stevens. Committee members, are there any other questions or comments for Mr. Stevens at this time?
Not for
Madam Chair.
Stevens, but
Honorable Otto So, and then after that, Honorable Eugene So.
I guess, Mr. Stevens, go ahead and provide us a copy of that contract, and then provide us the I guess the preliminary scope of work language that you guys recommend, and get it over to us so that maybe we can go ahead and have the meeting, set a meeting with the chief of staff, and get everybody to the table to sign that scope of work contract. And then at the same time, public safety to get their numbers related to their overtime and what's needed to how they're going to expend these dollars related to overtime and special duty pay and so forth. So that way, public safety can get that information together. And then, other than that, I think we just have to get the ball rolling from our side, and try to take care of this matter for our police officers. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Honorable Eugene So.
We need to see that contract in order for us to do, if we ever going to do any other things like amendments or modification, which to me I understand as a changing that scope of work. So I don't think we're changing it. So I feel that maybe we need to look at it first and then see how it can be used. So Mr. Stevens, and then there might be some areas where we might have to ask Dana to find some of those fancy words. Well, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Committee members, are there any other questions for Mr. Stevens at this time? If not, I will proceed forward to the vote. I'm sorry, I think there was a person, I believe, that had wanted to ask a question. Who was that person?
Platero.
Ms. Platero?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Honorable So. I just wanted to make a comment. When it comes down to the role of contracts, yes, we do have an agreement with the Navajo Nation, and the main contact is through OMB. And then OMB will delegate it down to their programs. And as explained, Director Stevens has explained, that's just for us to follow the proper chain of command on the 638 contract processing. And so I know there's lots of committees there within the Navajo Nation that want input, but make sure you go through the proper chain of command for contracts. It's going to be like us if we sent, you received a lot of money for your family, and then you have several kids, and then you assign certain number of monies to each of those kids. You say, hey, we want you to track this, how it's going to be spent. All of your kids are going to provide you something, and then you expect them to provide a receipt. Because when it comes down, even though it's not specifically related to tribal enrollment programs, because of the aid to tribal government contract, it is going to trickle through them. And then you turn around as a parent, and us as BIA trickle that money to you, and then Navajo Nation will go ahead and assign those funds to each of, it's like you assigning those monies to your children. You expect them to give you back the receipts. Once those receipts are tracked, and then you look further on the contracting process, when the audits come, each of those dollars that are given out, they're going to be tracked for the aid to tribal government, which is tribal enrollment. That's the process that I wanted to explain, is to make sure that each penny is accounted for, how they are spent. We're not going to tell you how they're going to be spending, but make sure that they are tracked. And then you can assign those as you choose to desire to these dollars. It is important for law enforcement to get them so that the overtime pay, whatever costs associated with these, are tracked. So thank you. That's what I wanted to explain.
Thank you for that, Ms. Platero. And can you tell us what your title is and who you work for?
I am the Indian Self-Determination Officer. I'm also the awarding official for law enforcement, and I'm employed with the BIA Navajo region.
Thank you so much for that, Ms. Platero. But I believe just so you're aware, I think we're going to be changing that within the Navajo Nation. I believe that was a question, or that was an idea that was proposed at NABI a couple of days ago, is the way that the process is. But yes, you are correct. We will be going through the chain of command. Thank you so much. Delegates, are there any other questions or comments for BIA at this time? Okay, I will go ahead and proceed forward to the vote. We have a motion by Honorable Otto Stowe, a second by Honorable Vince James. This is the vote to accept the report by BIA, Navajo Region Director Bart Stevens, regarding the scope of work and the budget for the special DDK and PPE. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Madam Chair, for question.
Honorable Eugene So.
One small question. When they transfer the 38 contract to us, maybe we can head around Haven and thank you.
Okay. So with that, committee members, we will proceed forward to the vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
I reckon green.
Honorable So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Okay, with that, committee members, we have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 not voting, that's the chair, and 1 who is absent, that's Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Mr. Stevens, the committee hereby accepts your report. We appreciate your time. We don't have any other questions for you, so if you need to get off the line, you are excused. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen.
You're welcome. Yes, sir.
Okay, with that, committee members, we're moving down to item B on the agenda, an updated report from Harlan Cleveland, the Delegated Emergency Management Director on donations and deliveries. I believe Mr. Harlan Cleveland is not on the line, but he did designate another person on the line. Who is the person who will be reporting to the committee this morning?
Good morning, Madam Chair and honorable delegates. My name is Doug Watchman. I am the second in line for delegation of authority for Department of Emergency Management. I will be giving the brief update on the humanitarian operations that Department of Emergency Management is tasked with. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Watchman. Delegates, can I get a motion to hear the report from Mr. Doug Watchman for second in line for the emergency management? He will be reporting on donations and deliveries.
Motion.
Motion made by Honorable Eugene So. Can I get a second? Can I get a second on the report from Doug Watchman?
Vice Chair.
Second made by Honorable Otto So. We have a motion made by Honorable Eugene So, a second made by Honorable Otto So. Mr. Watchman, I understand that this is going to be your first time presenting to the Law and Order Committee, so you will have 15 minutes to present your information. If you need additional time, at the end of your 15 minutes, Ms. Elaine Spencer will inform you that your time is up. If you need additional time, we can give you 5 more minutes, which is a total of 20 minutes to do your presentation. During this time, you can call different agents and also present along with you. Once you are complete, let the committee know, and then the floor will be turned over to the committee members for questions. So with that, before we proceed with the presentation, do you have any questions on the procedures for today's hearing or for today's meeting?
Again, thank you, Madam Chair and honorable delegates, for allowing me to present for the representing the Department of Emergency Management under the Humanitarian Operations. As far as
Mr. Watson, are you starting your presentation now?
Any questions? I'll go ahead, and I don't have any questions, so I'll be able to do my presentation.
Okay. Ms. Spencer, if you can go ahead and start the time at this time. Mr. Watchman, again, we are ready to hear your report, so the floor is yours.
Okay, again, good morning to the Law and Order committee members, as well as guests and all others that are listening in. Again, my name is Doug Watchman. I am the Department of Emergency Management, Emergency Service Liaison. Also, doing under the Humanitarian Operations Support. My role there is under the Planning Support section. So basically, going over, just kind of touching a little bit upon the last report that Mr. Cleveland had given to the Law and Order Committee as far as distribution of personal protective equipment and providing coordination and communication with the Division of Public Safety. Personal protective equipment that was issued to first responders dating April 1st to June 1st. Under each of the programs, they received a variety of items as far as personal protective equipment, from Tyvek suits, KN and N95 mask, nitrile medical grade gloves, face shields, hand sanitizer, safety goggles, as far as decontamination items as well, bleach, hand sanitizers, Clorox wipes, to assist them as far as doing their daily normal day-to-day operations. With that date that I had given of April 1st to June 4th, Navajo Department of Emergency Management had provided these a total number of personal protective equipment. Again, just going by each department, plus in addition to each of the districts reservation-wide, covering all that area for the Division of Public Safety. A total of 3,700 Tyvek suits were provided to the police department, the districts, Department of Criminal Investigations, 54, Department of Corrections, a total of 1,500 items. Again, these are various personal protective equipment items. Emergency Medical Services, a total of 1,700. Fire and Rescue, 500 items. Internal Affairs, 300 items. And in support services, our headquarters, we're looking at 160 various types and kinds and sizes of personal protective equipment. So in addition to that, these personal protective equipment were provided by solely donations only. So as far as coordinating this for the Division of Public Safety and our first line responders, we are still tasked and ongoing to coordinate any donations that come in for our first line responders. In addition to coordinating this for our Department of Public Safety, we have also been tasked with taking on the humanitarian support operation for COVID-19. Prior to inheriting this operation, it had been fallen under to the responsibility of the Health Command operations. So, as far as the span of control for them, it seemed like they needed some extra hands to help coordinate and receive and distribute these donations that were coming in at large amounts and, daily or even weekly. So with that, we put together a plan through Department of Emergency Management as far as any type of resources that we have needed, a receive and distribution plan as well. We created an organizational structure under the humanitarian support. And this is to also support the Office of the President and Vice President in community-wide supplemental food distribution and water, as well as any and all personal protective equipment that was or has been donated. So for the month of our weekly accomplishments since May 25th to the 29th last week, we had officially taken over the humanitarian support operation to focus at the community level within the boundaries of the nation, within each region. NDEM has requested assistance and resources through the New Mexico National Guard. We were successful in getting a liaison tied in with our operation. First Lieutenant Tyra George, who is also a Navajo Nation tribal member, came to assist us, and she's been, very adamant and successful in bringing other resources from the New Mexico National Guard out to assist in receiving and distribution of donated items. As far as any of the resources that we had received, we had the 115th Army Transport, 126 Army Military Police, the 210 Red Horse Air Force Engineers, 150 Air Force Security Force, a total of 42 personnel that are assisting this humanitarian operation. With them, they brought various equipment as far as delivery trucks, dump trucks, semi-trucks, trailers, forklifts, pallet jacks, and vans. So with their assistance, we've been able to push out a lot of donations that had been sitting at the Nikai Hall as well as the airport. Since being tasked with this operation. One of the other things that we've also have been using as far as resources, under the Navajo Nation, and I believe I've reported this last year during our winter storm event to the council, the Navajo Nation does have a community emergency response team program within the nation. So we outreach to our CERT teams under Navajo Tech University out of Crown Point and various chapters that have come out to assist in no-contact deliveries as well as assisting with the distribution of donated items to community members. We do have coordinated 3 staging areas that we push out and distribute these donations, whether it be food, water, or PPE. Out in Region 4, we do have a Chinle point of distribution. We do have one identified in Rama, Navajo. In Region 7, within the Eastern Agency, Standing Rock. And we do have staging distribution managers there that receive on a on a weekly basis, depending on the amount of supplies that we do have within our staging areas. We are located at Nakai Hall and also the Windrock Airport. So based off of donations that we have, just to give you all a timeline on how this all came about, we had been receiving ICS 213 general messages for requests for food, water, PPE, what have you, through the Health Command Center. The initial dates that they were received from Health Command, there had been a time lapse from when they received it to when they forwarded it to humanitarian efforts operations as far as any actions taken. Just kind of looking at it, there's a 10, 15-day lapse from when Health Command had taken that. Once we received it through humanitarian operations, just reviewing and based off of the needs, we pushed those donations in the resource requests or food requests out to those communities, whether they be individual or community-wide. It usually within a 48 to 72 hour time frame. So we don't hang on to it long. We make sure that we get it out in a timely manner, because most of the donations that we receive some are perishable items, produce, meat. So we don't want to hang on to those too long and keep them frozen. Make sure that we get those out. So within the with a total of 50 ICS 213 requests that we received within the past, since the 20th of May up to now, we received a total of 50 requests. Of those 50 requests, within that 48 hour to 72 hour time frame, we pushed out 48 requests closed out and completed. So with the two remaining, those ones are on our scheduled delivery, which will be within the coming next week and moving forward in the coming weeks. So this operation that we're working on, and as we started it, it's moving along pretty smoothly, just with the resources that we do have. Like we said, DEM, just with the four of us, outreaching to our partners with the state and the county, we've been able to push out a majority of all these donations. So right now, a lot of the donations within the Nikai Hall and the airport are pretty much on pallets, packed and ready to go. They've been identified through our humanitarian operation labels. So as far as the organization, collaboration, and coordination, it's moving along, committee members. So that's what that's what I have right now to report. And again, we are out there doing also assessments with the satellite chapters as far as Tohajale and Alamo. Mr. Cleveland is out there doing an assessment with Army Corps of Engineers and as well as the New Mexico National Guard on, getting services as far as, water issues and other things that fall under the humanitarian operations that, a lot of the communities are in need. So that's where I'm at with this, with our humanitarian operation. We do also have, under the general staff, a logistics support. So under the incident command system, we don't need all the functions for this operation. Yes, it is a big operation, but since we are trained in doing this job, and it's not our first incident that we have coordinated, things are moving along, and I'm confident to say that the team that we're working with, the resources that we have on hand, And of course, the collaboration that we have with the communities, as well as our leadership of the three branches, we do appreciate all that communication and collaboration, because we are all in this together. And even with the donations that we're pushing out, we try to serve everyone within the community. But of course, with every incident, some folks will slip through the cracks. But we're trying to do the greater good for the greater number. So that's where we're at, committee members. So that basically completes my report. Oh, I'm sorry, one more thing. As far as organization goes, our operation, we're going to be pushing out an incident action plan every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And as far as situational report, we're going to be pushing out a situational report for an overall summary of numbers and how many people we serve within the communities by regions every Friday before the close of operational period. And this is going to be reported to the three branches, the executive, legislative, and judicial as well. So that's what I have right now, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that report, Mr. Watchman. Delegates, are there any questions for the presentation that Mr. Watchman provided?
Chairwoman?
Sure.
Honorable Otto.
Thank you very much. What I would like to thank you very much, Mr. Winika, I believe.
Watchman.
Yourself. Watchman, okay. I knew it was a W. So, but I'm on my morning run, so excuse me. I like to indicate that thank you for providing those numbers to the to your oversight. And basically, that is what one of the initiatives, the goals of the Navajo Nation Council, is that we need numbers. And what I would like is maybe a overall report at the end of the month relating to your work in humanitarian efforts and relating to all your oversight or what you do to provide us these numbers, these information that is that you guys collect, and you guys see that these items are pushed out to the general public, or whether it's in another emergency. Emergencies pop up here and there. So what I would, like I said, please provide us those information, because legally we are your oversight. You may have supervisors that you report to, and they're going to say, "Oh, I'm your supervisor, and you're going to do this or get this report out." And I would like to get this information pushed out to leadership directly, because unlike the tribal employee, we as leadership, we answer to the Navajo people. And for instance, in my region, in Western Agency, that's the constant information that is brought up to us. We hear there's donations that occur in Winter Rock. How are they being pushed out? Who is the who is the individuals? Who do we contact? And who are they pushed out to? And at this time, even with the donation efforts and distribution of the non-perishable food or so forth, I look at it as you just look at social media and you look at who is dispersing these items. To me, it's more like a campaign, and I really hope that that's not the main initiative relating to this matter. And that was just one of my thoughts, and these are actually coming from the constituents of my community. I got a call last week Friday, and this constituent, she stays home all week without a vehicle, and her husband works out of state. He races back to the nation to get back before the curfew hour. So as he gets back home, that's when they do the grocery shopping and they do the water hauling on Saturday. But the curfew is in effect. So they have no choice just to leave the nation and shop off the reservation. So when these donation efforts are going on, you know, the people that are strapped at home with no vehicle, they are the ones that are actually suffering. People that have vehicles, you know, they're over there in line. Yes, it's great. But that was just my thought. So this past week, I believe Monday, I went ahead and went to Batches and got a little one of those Visa cards, uploaded with some of my own dollars, and took it over to her. I just said, I'm so very sorry that our tribal programs are overlooking you, not looking at your needs as a Navajo citizen who is going through the pandemic also, but you don't have transportation. The tribal programs are geared only to people that have transportation, and those are the individuals that are in line. And I really hope that within the humanitarian effort, you take this message back and find a way to communicate, to try to get these people that don't have transportation. I believe she's writing me a statement up. She reached out to Winter Rock Social Service Office to try to shed some light to this, and she was told, call another office. She called a certain office again. She was told to call another office because they don't deal with it. So our programs are passing the buck on to other individuals. And it really baffles me that our own tribal employees, our programs are doing this. But yet, come to every budget season each year, these programs want money. And this is an actual statement from a direct citizen from Tuba City. If it's going on in Tuba City, I'm sure as well to say that it's going on in Chinle Agency. It's going on in Shiprock Agency, Crown Point Agency, Fort Defiance Agency. Alcohol. Just as a thought, see if we could take this information back. And since you guys are heading the humanitarian effort, how do you reach out to the people that don't have transportation in this scenario of this individual? And that is just my request. One is that you try to address this humanitarian efforts with people that don't have transportation. The other is that that you report to us at the end of each month. Law and Order convenes the second, third, and fourth Mondays of the month. And that last meeting of the month, I would like for you, your program, to provide information to the committee so that we have this information so we can provide this to our constituents when they ask relating to these issues. Because we're out there every day, whether we get home late, there's usually somebody at the door saying, I really envy an 8 to 5 job. I really envy an 8 to 5 job because that's when you can say, after 5, I'm off work, I'm off duty. But in my position, I'm a 24-hour person. Someone knocks at I have elders that actually come to my door at 5:30 in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning. So I really can't sleep in and so forth. Because every time I have constituents asking me questions, and these are the very questions that they're asking. I thought the PPE was being disseminated to the Navajo people. Where are they? Where are all the donations and all this stuff? And that would be very valuable information for me out there. And the chapters are asking this information too. And so my request. And I believe, Madam Chair, I think we should request of all of our oversight, whether it's prosecution, whether it's Department of Justice, Public Safety, what are their numbers, so that we can have this information provided to us at the to leadership and all other leadership, because there's 24 delegates throughout the Navajo Nation. That way, they have this information that's being provided and disseminated to. They can provide this information to the constituents when they ask these certain questions. Because when they ask us these questions, our answer is, I don't know. Yes, we reach out to the executive branch, but at times we don't get an answer. And that is just this our request as our oversight. So get that information to us at the last Monday of the month. That way we can provide that information out there to the Navajo people also. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, delegates. Are there any other questions or comments to Mr. Doug Watchman?
No, Joe.
Honorable Eugene So.
Some people there, you see, yeah, they don't have any vehicles to go where all these people go to get their aid regards to this pandemic. I do see a lot of people there in Chinle area, my area, people that don't have no vehicles. They just, all they do is herd sheep or catch a rat with their kids when they come back somewhere to town or whatever. So there's a lot of people out there that need to be identified so they can all get aid as well. Because I know I see trucks that goes almost around the world every time when there's an aid going on somewhere, the Chapter House or the community center or elsewhere where you see people giving out food. And I just feel that I hope somehow those people that don't have vehicles get any kind of aid. I wish they could, but no, just to think about it. Then again, whoever were trained to give out these aid boxes also. Just recently, there was boxes given out at a school in Chinle. And all these boxes people took home, found out in those boxes there were just all vegetables, like bananas only. And then the other one said it was all chili only, a whole box of it. I was saying, or do they separate those things, or just give it to somebody bananas only for the whole month or something? Should be good for a banana bread, but I don't know who does that. Who directs all these things? That's my question. It's humanitarian. Because we have an epidemic. Yeah, that's the reason why we're trying to help people to stay home. To me, I feel that the Navajo Nation president would do something. We should lock the whole reservation up for a whole month. We got $6 million to buy food and get tracers and get some helicopters and give everybody food almost every week or 2 weeks, or go around again and again. That was the only way that this thing is going to stop is faster. Otherwise, we're just do this dilly-dally thing about weekends or at night. I don't think that's really working that much, because another whole nation they like to mingle, they like to visit, and some of these people now, it's really scary out there. It's hitting right around us. People being taken right around us on Higo. So yon they so if you get into contest with Mr. President Nez, that he locked the whole nation up for a whole month. So yeah.
Thank you for that, Honorable Eugene. So, delegates, are there any other questions for the presenter at this time?
Madam Chair, this is Thomas Walker.
Yes. Honorable Walker, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Though LOC members, and then the listeners, call participants, and the presenters, for the report, information provided to leadership and to the public. So I have a question as it relates to humanitarian aid assistance, where it involves water. So the two types of water that we are most concerned about on the Navajo Nation is domestic water, safe drinking water, its availability, how to get water to communities. So that's a high priority, as we all know. Then there's water that's needed for livestock. So Navajo people, those two priorities, they're the same for people, as we know. I know for our, that's how, what I'm told by my constituents out here, Western Navajo Agency, Southwestern Navajo area. So, I've gotten 4 calls right now because watering points, windmills, they're running out of water. So, I am sending 213 forms to the Health Command Center to see if that, we're instructed to use that process, those protocols. And of course, the delegates know that sometimes those are, it takes a while to get a response, and sometimes the responses are not sent back. Maybe they're sent somewhere, but not to the requester. So, I really think maybe it's not the humanitarian section of Health Command Operations Center. Maybe it's just going straight to the Departments of Agriculture or Natural Resources when it relates to livestock water needs. So if someone can speak to that, I am requesting and seeking assistance from all the people that are involved in addressing the emergency needs of the Navajo people. I look to my leadership also the Law and Order Committee to all the delegates, each and every delegate, and of course the President and Vice President leadership also. So we, there are protocols, there are processes in place for us to use and follow during normal times. These are not normal times. Even I am going to reach out, and I would appreciate responses that would help me here and our constituents. I am going to send the 213 forms and probably several letters addressing water needs out west. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Shazad, for joining us in this call and also for sharing your concerns. Honorable Vince James, do you have any questions for the information or for the presenter at this time? If not, then I think we can proceed forward.
Okay, Vince James, no questions.
Thank you. Mr. Otto, so Vice Chair, can you take the chair so I can ask some questions?
Certainly. Go ahead. Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So you should be at 3 miles by now. Mr. Watchman, thank you so much for joining us on the line. One thing is you did not inform this committee as to the reason why Mr. Cleveland could not attend this conference call. So perhaps you can enlighten us by informing us for that reason. Number 2 is you mentioned that there are 3 staging sites. Can you please let this committee know exactly what a staging site is and what is accomplished with these staging sites? Number 3, you also mentioned the time frame for distribution, and it sounds like it does take place within 24 to 48 hours. We would like to get a calendar of distribution. The purpose of this is right now, it is seen as a big secret. We know that that delegates are not informed of any distribution until either the morning of or when the distribution has been completed. Many of our constituents and many of our people within the community look to the chapter house and to council delegates about or for information, because many of the 213 forms that have been submitted by our people have gone unanswered. And it sounds like there is a bottleneck that's occurring there at Navajo Nation. Many of these questions have been in regards to the distribution that has or has not occurred. I understand that there was a recent email that was sent regarding the distribution and why the distribution have not occurred. There was a response of that many of these distributions have not occurred because the community may have a grocery store rhythm. And I know that this is not your response, but what really baffled me with that response is there is an assumption made that if you live near a grocery store, you have money to purchase food. So perhaps you can share that information with us on your distribution and which communities will be sent out. I know that whenever the walk happens for diabetes, they have a calendar that gets sent out and it's out there. Everybody gets involved. Everybody's aware of it. But I don't understand why the distribution sites and dates have not been identified. Perhaps it's a matter of being disorganized. Perhaps it's a matter of non-communication. But I think that our people deserve to know when and where distribution will be made. Because I do want to state on the record, these distributions have been and will be for the Navajo people. They are not a mechanism to for re-election. And so I think it's important that our people be made aware of that. So as your oversight, I will be expecting a calendar of these distributions and the dates and locations so that, again, our people are aware of when these things will happen. As has been stated before, many people do not have transportation. And right now we are serving the haves and not the have-nots. People who have transportation are able to attend these distribution locations, but what your department is forgetting is that some people are in quarantine. How are we serving these people in quarantine? What is your plan in doing this? And also the people who have no transportation. What is your plan in distributing food to these people? Because right now we have a TikTok video of the president dancing while he's doing distribution, which to me was untasteful because the dancing signifies joy. If you are joyful that you're giving out food to people who need it and people who are during this pandemic, then it makes me wonder what motive is out there for many of these distributions. Perhaps it is something along the lines of what Honorable Otto so stated, in that this is a re-election issue. We have many organizations that have come out as a result of the non-distribution that is happening right now. And it's very sad. I just read an article this morning on the Navajo Hopi relief effort and the position that this has put DOJ. And I read the article this morning, and my thought is that these situations would not have occurred had the Navajo Nation been prepared by sending out a plan. I keep wondering, where is that plan? Where is the plan to address the COVID-19? Not the response, the plan. We always talk about being proactive, and yet we are in a reactive state right now. And so with these distributions, you are receiving them on behalf of the Navajo people. So again, I think the Navajo people need to be made aware of when these distributions will be occurring and in what location. And perhaps maybe then we can all come together and try to address the issue with those people who have no transportation, or those who are who are currently being quarantined because maybe they contracted the virus, or perhaps they were exposed to the virus. So I think it's important for your distribution site and your management, since you are second in line, for the emergency management team to send out this information. Otherwise, it doesn't look very well, and it creates a lot of discord within the Navajo Nation, and more small grassroots will be responding. And it sounds like right now, with one grassroots that is responding, that they are trying to serve the people, as with many other grassroots organizations, that they are trying to assist during this time. And there are some issues that have presented itself as a result of that. So again, I am asking, as the chair of Law and Order Committee, that you distribute a calendar of your distribution and locations so that we can share that with and get it out there. And maybe have enough time to coordinate with those who have no transportation or those who are in quarantine, so that we can try to get them the food that is being distributed. The other thing is, I understand that you guys are only distributing what needs to be, or the food that you are receiving. And And we do appreciate that. As you stated, most of them are produce. They have to get out right away. We have seen pictures on Facebook of produce that are molded, that have been distributed, and our people don't deserve that. And so perhaps if we can start working together, we can help assist in these distributions. The other thing is our chapter, Shiprock chapter, does not have a CERT team, a community emergency response team. And this was disbanded prior to me becoming council delegate. And it's really it's a sad situation what's happening here in Shiprock. There is a power issue that's happening, and I have asked time and time again, who is in charge of the chapter? Because right now, from my understanding, the information provided to us by DCD, it is the chapter coordinator or the chapter managers who fall within the executive branch who are in charge. My response to that was silly me. I thought the chapter president was in charge because he was elected by the people. So with that, what I would like to know is for those chapters, who are you coordinating with in the event that there is not a CERT team in place? I also would like to see the breakdown of your PPE gear, and you were spouting numbers of how much PPE gear has been distributed to the various divisions and departments. I would like to see a breakdown of that because I think that as delegates, that is information that should be shared with all of us. Because we continue to hear from CHR, we continue to hear from senior citizen centers, from our own officers, that they have not received the equipment that they need to be able to do their job properly. I know council has been informed that many of our Navajo Nation employees refuse to work because of the equipment that they are lacking because of this virus. And quite honestly, I don't blame any of our Navajo Nation employees for feeling this way. I think that it is our responsibility to inform not only our constituents, but also the Navajo Nation employees of what is happening. We received an email 3 weeks ago from a social worker who stated through an email, which I believe the president was CC'd on, how can we do our work when we don't have the equipment that we need? And you see the president on Facebook in full PPE gear standing at bashes or standing at these various locations distribution is happening, and yet us Navajo Nation employees have not received our PPE gear to do our work. And in this time, we are being required to work. There's a lot of things that are happening. There are a lot of responsibilities that are now being put on you as being second in command for the emergency management team. But I think we need a plan. Now is the time to be proactive. And distributing this calendar for distribution of food would be one. Distributing your numbers of how many departments and divisions have received PPE gear from your department would be two. And three, I think that the report that you mentioned happening every Friday would actually help us in sharing this information. So it is quite difficult to reach out to our share what is happening here on the Navajo Nation. Granted, there has been some communication coming from OPVP, but that communication is one way. And any communication expert would tell you that that is not the right way to communicate with people. There should be an open dialogue that should occur, and we should all be working together to try to combat this virus. Unfortunately, that is not what is happening, and this is outside the control of council. But when we do talk about what an oversight is, we can make these requests, and they will be verbal requests. If it needs to be followed up by a written request, we do have our legislative council who is on the line, who is ready to draft the necessary letters that are needed to be able to get this information. But quite frankly, I think that demanding this information is just a negative way of showing the people how their government is working. Now, I understand that you do have a supervisor who you report to, and that supervisor also reports to somebody else. But the question that I have been laying on the division directors is, who do you work for? Do you work for the Navajo Nation president, or do you work for the people? Because when you're told not to report to your oversight or not to report to council, it is quite clear that you are working for the president. However, if there is a relationship that is open and communication is open, and we are sitting down and we are developing this plan, it is quite clear that we are working for the people. So with that, I want you to take that back to your supervisor and ask that question, because I think that these requests right now are requests that are placed, and they are requests that are not they're not demands at this point. So I really hope that you I will pray for you guys, because I know it's a tremendous amount of work and responsibility, but please know that our people, which also includes Navajo Nation employees, are looking to you and your department to be fair, and more importantly, to help assist during this pandemic. So with that, Chair, I don't have any other questions or comments, but if the presenter would like to answer questions, you can continue to keep the chair until the questions are completed. Thank you. I'm going back on mute.
Thank you very much for the questions, Madam Chair. Otto, and I guess we're going to turn the table back to Mr. Watchman. Please answer those questions. You got the floor.
All right, thank you for those for your thoughts and questions regarding the humanitarian operations support for this this pandemic. Just kind of going back to the to the history, as far as the 1918 H1N1 influenza pandemic that was affected the whole nation, even the world. You would think that with the technology and the training and knowledge that we have within that 100-year span, you think we would be more prepared for pandemics that do come up. Unfortunately, a lot of this this pandemic is brand new to the world, to the country. Fighting something that we don't know about as far as how to control or even contain it. Going back into history, within these pandemics, the only thing that helped was self-quarantine, curfews, wearing personal protective equipment, social distancing for our first responders, as well as the community at large. So based off of history, we're looking at basically getting a pre-plan in place, and I will come back to that. But just going back over to answer some of the questions from each of the oversight committee. Honorable Otto So had reached out as far as individuals with no transportation. Each of these, how we are working with these points of distribution within the regions, within the boundaries of the Navajo Nation. I know there was questions regarding folks that had vehicles that had come and picked up their supplemental food and water when they were out doing mass deliveries. As for those folks that we said that slipped through the cracks or did not know or did not have transportation, we've been working with these points of distribution, which I'll call pods for short, pod managers. Any 213s that we receive or any calls that we receive saying from the community members that did not receive anything, we will forward them through these points of distribution. As you know, I reported there's 3 that we've set up since officially taking over this humanitarian operation at the beginning of this week, the 25th. We identified 3 points of distribution. So based off of that, any 213s that we receive, whether it be individual or families or family members that are COVID positive that cannot, that are self-quarantined, we will and have been coordinating to make these deliveries to within each of those regions as far as the pods are concerned. We are actually working with the chapters within each of the regions, whether it be Northern Edge in the Shiprock area, and we're coordinating to make these points of distribution happen. In each of these individual requests, we are getting them on it. Again, within a 48-hour to a 72-hour time frame. That's our goal to push out and address these requests. Okay, as far as providing a report at the end of the month, yes, our office under the humanitarian support operation will provide, again, a situational report, SITREP we call it, to all 3 branches, legislative, judicial, and executive branches. So those can be shared with one another, with your colleagues, as well as, you know, the communities that we serve. Okay. So I'm hoping that, you know, that may shed a little light and answer the questions that Delegate Otto So had asked. Number 2, Honorable Eugene So had asked about the area of his responsibility, which is within the Chinle area. Mr. So, we do have like I mentioned, we do have a point of distribution set up in the Chinle area. Walton Yazzie with the Chinle chapter is the pod manager. And any request that we had received within that area of responsibility, within that region, which is Region 4, according to Division of Community Development's map, any requests will be delivered to these folks that we have or may have missed to get their supplemental supplies, and they usually happen within that day they receive the request. Just to kind of give you an example, yesterday we did receive 2 requests, one out of Whippoorwill and the other out of Rock Point, requesting for food items as well as livestock items. And those requests were filled and delivered within about 30 minutes, and the delivery trucks were on the road to those chapters and those communities or those individuals within 30 minutes, within the hour. And they reported back to us with the delivery documentation as well as photographs. So like I said earlier, we are really confident in how we are running this operation. Though it's been 1 week, with the resources that we have. We're utilizing them resourcefully the best way we can. Okay. So with that, I hope that answered Honorable Eugene So's question. Okay. As far as Delegate Tom Walker Jr. Representing Region 1, where Coal Mine Canyon, Talani, Birch Springs, Loop, we are in our 12th season in a drought situation, according to the National Weather Service and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA for short. So this is a continual process that we go through every year. And most of the times, the areas that Delegate Walker was talking about was water issues with livestock. Just going back in history, Bird Springs, Tulani Lake, Cameron, those areas have been prone to flooding every monsoon due to the Little Colorado River and their proximity to that topographical location. But as far as any other issues that have to do with water issues, let's say through windmills, we've been working with the Water Branch Management as well as outreaching to our resources with the United States Army Corps of Engineers out of Arizona and New Mexico. On-site assessments for these to make sure that we provide water not only for human life safety and consumption, but also our livestock, because we understand that the livestock is livelihood for most Navajo families. So those issues and those challenges is a continual process, and working with Division of Community Development as well as the chapters and elected leaders, we strive to continue working with them to stabilize or even resolve some of these issues. Okay, and I hope that answers Delegate Walker Jr.'s questions. Moving on to Madam Chair, questions regarding number one, the reason why Mr. Cleveland is not reporting today is that with the National Guard units out of New Mexico, as well as United States Army Corps of Engineers who will be working, there are some water issues out in the satellite chapters, Alamo, that they went out to do a on-site assessment and seeing if they can stabilize or address those issues, maybe even provide recommendations to to have those drinking water, whether livestock watering points addressed, and even stabilize or even start the process of fixing it. So that is the reason why I am providing the report for the humanitarian operations, Madam Chair. Secondly, your question regarding explanation in the definition between staging areas and points of distribution. Staging area is to receive and distribute the donation or supplies, and we do have two staging areas, like I mentioned. One is at the Window Rock Airport. One is located at Nakai Hall here in Window Rock at the fairgrounds. So that's where a bulk of items come. Once we receive that bulk of items, the folks there that are working there, the CERT teams, the resources, the volunteers, they have been in separating and inventorying these donations that do come in. They sanitize them, of course, and decontaminate them before they're sent out to the communities. So based off of the receipt and distribution that we have here within the Window Rock, we send out these to these points of distribution like we talked about. Chinle, Rama, and Standing Rock identified. As far as the Northern Edge Shiprock, we're working with the chapter, Michelle Peterson as the coordinator, to see and if we can get one point of distribution there to service the Northern Edge chapters. One of the challenges that they look at is the security, and just kind of thinking ahead with the civil unrest that's going on across the world and across the country with these protests. We want to make sure that these donations don't get hoarded or even taken. So there's a lot that goes into coordinating and collaborating and communicating with each of the programs and the chapters and the communities. So it's a challenge within a challenge, but we, you know, like I said, we do have confidence in the team, in our operation here with Department of Emergency Management. As far as the request for providing a calendar of when shipments are going out, we are in the process of working with that with our resources unit leaders, as well as the logistics support. And as far as the report for the next meeting or at the end of the month, we will have all that information documented in writing and available to all three branches, as well as any other leadership that requested. Okay. As far as the last one on the Madam Chair's question is pre-planning. With the Department of Emergency Management, since 2014, we had worked on what is called a THIRA plan, the Threat Hazard Identification Risk Assessment, back in 2015. And one of the items was in that plan was a pandemic, influenza pandemic. We provided projected numbers of positive cases, how many areas within the Navajo Nation that was to be affected. Of course, keeping in mind these were predicted and projected numbers just based off of demographics. So we did have a plan based off of this 2015 THIRA. We worked with the Division of Community Development in creating emergency response plan with all hazards in mind. So each of the chapters should have started working on an emergency response plan, following up with these chapters, following up with the leadership, with Division of Community Development. Some of the chapters have been proactive. Some are still sitting on their hands, you know, trying to put this together. And like you had mentioned, Madam Chair, it's time to be proactive within our communities, as well as our leadership that oversee and provide services to the communities at the chapter level. It seems like a lot of the programs that we work with, that we communicate and coordinate and collaborate with, we provide them with these templates. But yet, as human beings, we tend to be reactive. We wait until something happens, and then we say, okay, well, we need to start doing something. In addition to the question on the numbers of personal protective equipment for our tribal programs, as well as our communities, we try to take the whole community approach and meet our community members halfway. You talked about the haves and the have-nots. So with those folks, we try to have everybody do their part, because like I said, within this pandemic, we are all in this together. We can't look for handouts. We can't look for, hand ups. Awejit Ego. Like I said, with our grassroots people, we were taught to be self-sufficient and do for ourselves and not sit on our hands and having the joy. So that's how we're taking that whole community approach as far as cooperation, collaboration, and coordination, Madam Chair. So it's going to be a continual process as we communicate this and working with our 3 branches of government as well as our divisions, directors, and leadership. But, you know, moving forward, we do have a positive outlook on how we can work together as one nation, so forth. So those are the questions that I just wanted to answer, and I pray that the folks that are listening, that are on the call, communicate this to their communities, that we all need to be proactive and not, you know, be unself-sufficient. So with that, those are, you know, that's all I have as far as hoping I answered all the questions from the committee members as well as guests and other honorable delegates. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you very much, Mr. Watchman, for your response to the committee members. I believe my answers are all answered. I believe Honorable Saul and Honorable Walker, and then Madam Chair. I know Madam Chair had a couple of them. Not too sure if all of hers were answered, but just want to see if there's any rebuttal from one of the committee members. If any has any follow-up.
Here.
Okay, then, Honorable Eugene South. You have the floor.
I'm not rebuttaling. I want to educate the young man in regards to what it really means. I know that not created in any grade or what I meant. That doesn't mean we can't beg. We beg the Creator daily to ask for answers. That's what we do daily. We're Navajos. AI, of resilience. That's what it means. To use that Constitution. That's what it means. But a lot of us can't do that. Especially most of you right educated people. They don't know what that really is all about. It's living a positive way of life. And people don't have that much in them. There's the treaty in there. It says, mechanical pursuit. To this day, I have not got it defined yet. Over a year now. The way I understand it through my own education and the dictionary that Grandpa gave me, it means that whatever tool you have, you can self-sustain yourself. Make a living out of it. That's what the treaty gave us when they gave us back the land. So that's who we are, yes. We do plant, we do have animals. Animal is a part of life, not meaning economically. It means more emotional and spiritual and physical. That's what it means. That's how they interpret it, the Navajo people, not really economic. Livestock is for your emotional growth. Livestock is for your physical growth. Livestock is for your spiritual. That's what it really means. Be enough. So there's a lot of interpretation that was not defined right. When they put up the books within the Navajo Nation, especially when it was interpreted back in maybe the 30s or the 20s, whatever, when the Navajos were not educated. It ain't all about what no or understand. There's always a question regards. We did ask for money at Congress. I heard the Indian tribes were never being considered with this CARES Act. until somebody put a wrench in there and start talking about the Indian tribes. When they gave us that, when they were talking about the 2.2 trillion, so they gave us 8 billion. So we did back and almost back for our people. So we consider that what it really means, enough, what it really means, emotional, spiritual, and physically all grown in harmony. And that's what a Navajo is. And be careful when you say things according to a lot of older Navajos that are still around there, or some of us that are born in the 40s still here, even some in the 30s. So it is to let you know, and also we do have problems out there. We're the ones that's out there on the ground. We know where the problems are. Or just kind of reconsider those kind of stuff to these elected officials, because they're the heads person, they're the ears, voice, and eyes for the Navajo people out there that are hurting. We do need help. People are dying, and these kind of land which should not be considered regarding going forward to try to save the people. And I don't know what sovereignty really is, because the states within the United States are not within the international law, I guess, legal sense. They're subordinated to the state of the Constitution of the United States. But we have our own Constitution too. That's not written. It's always written within us. Let's help these people, and I really feel good about what you guys all are doing there. But I really feel that maybe what the president is doing is kind of way out of hand. He's beginning to look like President Trump to me. I don't like that. He should be consoling the people with whatever they have to give them, instead of dancing around and giving it to the people. I guess it's what's like what Reagan Trump did when he was passing the toilet tissues to the people somewhere. But Honorson, executive board, consider yourself. We're trying to help these people. We're not laughing. This is something serious. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing that, Honorable Daniel So.
Mr. Eugene So, yeah, thank you very much for the enlightenment and briefing on kinship. That's how I guess the Western world looks at it. And yes, I agree with you. Kinship and leaning to be used in a good way, and used in the bad way, and used in the wrong way. And and leaning. I just shouldn't have yet over no that was the basic value. I sat on that you legal that I just can't. Those basic values came from generation to generation. And in those such matters today, you look at today's society. That's the way some of us people see it, especially if you're a traditional person that holds values to ceremonies. At times, it's taken from another individual and not transcribed in that person's liking to get that message to the Navajo people. Always kind of because it sounds good and they want to use it. And a lot of politicians use that. You lose those values, meaning loved ones to who you hold to yourself. Mr. Watchman, I really admire your ambitions to follow and speak on ego. Alcohol. It is a really true Navajo concept that is a conservative concept. At heart, Navajo concept is a conservative concept. Ego. And that lines with you choose your own destiny in life. But my values come from my grandfathers and my elders that I had privy to that were coming to my home every day when I was growing up as a little boy. I would not change anything in my life. I wouldn't trade it in for a doctor's degree. But again, thank you very much, Mr. Watchman. And Madam Chair, you have any updates or follow-up?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Vice Chair, for that. Mr. Watchman, as far as the calendar of donations, I guess I'm a little bit shocked and that you're telling us that it's going to be about a month to put this together because it's in, I guess, the process of your logistics support. When you previously stated that your time frame for distribution is between 24 to 48 hours. So I would like an explanation as to why we need to wait a month for a distribution calendar, a distribution, I guess where you plan to distribute during that time. And to me, that is unacceptable. I think that this should be at least your next distribution site should be shared with this committee and also with council. So I will say that right now I'm disappointed in that response, and I expect something better. As far as your pre-planning and the thyro plan that you have been working on since 2015, I am aware that each chapter has to have an emergency plan in place, and that some chapters are not at that point yet. But my question previous to your answer was, in the event that the chapter does not have a CERT team in place, like we do have, like the situation here in Shiprock, what are your plans to work with the chapter in getting this distribution out? And then I think that the statement of Ahuijitao and how we are taught to be self-sufficient, I agree with that statement. However, I will state that it is very difficult for any person to do for themselves when there is no information being provided. In this case, the way that I took your response to this is that DMT, Department of Emergency Management team is going to push for this Ahuijitao, which I'm assuming you're stating that if you have no transportation or if you are in quarantine, that it is your responsibility to reach out and ask for help. However, that is not possible because you are not sharing information with the people. And the fact that you're saying that it's going to be 1 month for a calendar to come out for your donations, and where these donations will be taking place and on the date, and you're promoting this notion of Ahuijitao, it just does not make sense. And I want to say shame on you, your department, and your administration if that is what you are promoting. Now, if the people were aware of the donations that were happening, they could call in to say, I am in quarantine. Can someone come and help me? However, there is no communication that is happening. What this council has been told repeatedly is that anyone who is in quarantine, who has tested positive, their information must remain confidential because of HIPAA laws. We are also told that any person who does not have running water, their information must remain confidential because there are laws in place that protect these people. So in regards to being proactive, this is one way to be proactive, is to send out that calendar to say we will be in this location from this time to this time, and that we're going to be distributing food. And if you know of any people who need assistance during this time, to please contact us and we will make arrangements to deliver food from them. This message I had yet to hear from the donation site or from the donations that have gone out. And I think that this is unacceptable. This is the reason why we have grassroots out there who are taking it upon themselves to move forward to provide people who are in quarantine, who have no transportation, and yes, in some cases, those individuals who do not have a phone to get the food that they need out there. So the fact that you, second in command for the emergency management team, is sitting there and telling us, Ahuijitao, just does not make sense. So perhaps the message should be that you help yourself, and that's it. That message does not coincide with the Navajo way of life, which is we help each other. But if this information is not being disseminated, how do you expect us to help ourselves and help others? So I think that you need to be careful in the way that you send out this message to people, because it opens the door for criticism. And the fact that you, in command of the emergency management team, is telling this committee that it will be 1 month before you can produce a calendar of donations along with the site locations of these donations is unacceptable. So perhaps you should wait on your Ahuijitao motto until you can get us that information. Chair, Vice Chair, I'm going back on. Wait. One other question is when you talked about the donations and how you guys are working and you guys are working with the Northern Agency for a staging location to happen here. What I question is with your coordinating of your distribution. This is honestly probably the first time that we've heard of these coordinations that are happening. And I just want to put it on the record. This has nothing to do with the Navajo Times reporters who are asking questions about donations, and specifically the donations that have not happened in Shiprock yet, and the responses that are going back and forth. I want to know that you are, I want, I guess, maybe a clear answer that your coordination was happening before these questions were being raised by reporters. My understanding is Indian country is currently asking questions as well. So this is going national. So these donation coordinations that are happening, information needs to be provided. Vice Chair, I'm going back on mute.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Mr. Watchman. Provide a response.
Okay, again, thank you. Thank you all for allowing me to present this report. Just to clarify, Madam Chair, as far as the report at the end of the month from Honorable Otto So is what I was referring to as far as getting a tracking of items and numbers to report to the Oversight Committee, so that information can be shared with the council and their constituents and the communities. As far as providing a weekly calendar on distribution to the pod sites, as well as those dates that are scheduled, that's going to be coming out with, every Tuesday, based off of donations and supplies that are earmarked ready to go to each of the regions within the nation. So I just want to make sure that I clarify that to you, Madam Chair. I guess in regards to what the media is reporting, like you said, we officially had taken over the humanitarian effort this week. So again, as far as cooperation, coordination, and collaboration with the local chapters, the local government, even our partners within the counties and the resources that we have available, we are working to provide that information, that transparency to you as the Oversight Committee, as well as the three branches and all leadership. So I just want to make that clear to the Oversight Committee. It's not going to take us a month to do this. So, I just want to clarify that. As far as addressing those communities or those chapters that do not have a trained community emergency response team, a CERT team, or an alert team, we do have the resources that I mentioned with the National Guard unit that can make these deliveries to the communities that don't have volunteers to unload and distribute for community members. So with that, I just want to clarify that and make that clear to the Oversight Committee. Okay? And as far as what I had mentioned, that we should be self-sufficient, I stand by that, because I know, and I do thank each of the committee members for clarifying the and the reasoning behind this. I too was raised in a traditional home by my chief, by the grassroots people. So I understand this. And like I said, as far as the cultural awareness that comes into play, we've been doing this since way back in, since the long walk. So we've learned from history how we should present ourselves and, you know, help ourselves. Those I understand that cannot help themselves. We as the doers in the organizational programs, we will assist them the best way we can. But as with every incident, we are doing the greatest good for the greater number. So I just want to clarify what was communicated earlier. And again, thank you, Oversight Committee, for allowing me to speak and to give the updates. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Watchman, for your report and your answers back to the committee members who had questions to your report. And I would like to thank you, and then stepping up and providing the report on behalf of Mr. Cleveland. And committee members, before I call for the question, I'm going to see if there's any more questions. Go once.
One. Sure.
Twice. 3 times. All right, Mr. So, go ahead.
Delegate, Law and Order Committee, this is Delegate Key Allen.
Key Allen. All right, Eugene So, you had a question, then we'll go to Key Allen after.
I'm from Chile chapter. I just has Chile she again Miss Walton Yali. She's our in-law in the family there. Doing a good job. I think as far as I can see him when I come down. According to these donation I had a conference with Walden So the other day regards to some mishaps or reckon where a lot of answers are cross or questions are cross or manipulated. Hearsay. To my understanding, there are people that observe their neighbors trying to help them. There's a situation where the man of the family had COVID positive. So the woman left the job and started taking care of her husband. I guess she knew that she's going to get it too, I reckon, but it did happen over a month. And he has kids and grandkids. And the people that are next door to them, right across the road, was asking why nobody comes around through the days that he was sick. Until finally that they had to call because they got concerned. So finally, the next day, the CHR arrived and just asked for what they might need. All they had to do is just bring food, I reckon. But this is a real life that's going on out there. So the man's wife passed just recently. He's still hanging in there, the one that got it first, but he's still hanging in there. And there's no people that are coming back to check him out or whatever. And I feel that a lot of people that's what they're stressing to me. So my question is, if you guys are in the front, who does these checking every daily if the person is sick? All they tell us is that they're positive, but they were just told to go home, without really knowing who's also at the house.
Yeah.
And how are they living?
I'm all right.
So these are some of the questions we get at the front line. About all of these food issues, they don't have nothing to eat, some of them. To me, I believe a can of or a plastic bottle of vitamins would really help if somebody are low and this and that. Because that's how I raised my kids as a single parent. So this is my question, and why and how are they doing? But at the time when I had that conference, they said everything is all zeroed, all good. But the people they asked, they said that they were doing it with. I asked them afterwards, and they were saying, did they say that? So somebody's saying, giving us an all good story, but in the front line over there at ground zero, it's a different story. It's kind of making us feel somehow as elected officials that we're lying to the people. And I don't want to be part of that, so I really want to know who takes care of these people the first day when they're found positive. Who brings them food? Who takes care of them? Who checks on them? Are their eyes as always there? Which they said, but in a lot of situations they're not. So this is really, there's some family that passed in Canado, and my LDA was good friends over there, and she tells a different story over there. What's really happening at ground zero? I showed this. Just please be helpful. And I know we stand by our Chicago, but like I told her, that's not really what it really means. But in days coming, you'll understand what it really means. We do things that we are. Everybody is doing it. Everybody is doing is our self-determination. Everybody's doing what they want daily. That's what we tell people all the time, but in a different sense. And that's what we're looking at right now. At ground zero is a very different story than what we're getting out of the newspaper or the division directors, etc. So this is my concern. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. So. We have Honorable Kealan DeGay on the line. Gonna give some time to Kealan DeGay.
Chair, Vice Chair, Law and Order Committee members, Kealan DeGay Jr. Just a quick statement to the Incident Command Center, the Emergency Management, and the President's Office, and to ourselves, the Navajo Nation Council. I believe the Navajo Nation needs to go into a phase of establishing food banks on the Navajo Nation at strategic location. I'm sending out a memo to the leadership. Deep Chiyan Lego distributed at the indiki at so the net at in the Benatnata. They cut off at about 50 to 70 vehicles out of 10. So we're get caught in the middle of people continue to complain to us as a delegate why these food distribution out of and you name it. And I always continue to say that these food distribution is coordinated by the OPVP in Disney. But I do my best to say that they should be coming forth like food bank maybe took a chapter that is can. So maybe have some of these chapters be converted into food bank temporarily. In the meantime, until the emergency declaration is lifted. I don't know how they're scheduled, because as of Tuesday or Wednesday, all my 5 chapters were served, with this distribution activity, but it was limited to only 30 to 40 vehicles. And we're talking about 100 to 200 vehicles. But the net only food bank that way. And then another problem that I guess the president's office needs to start realizing is that a lot of these distribution activities, especially if they're the distribution activity is closer to the chapters, one person benefits of getting the distribution items on that same day. So the reason why the Navajo Nation needs to establish a food bank is that let some program run it. Let us as elected officials do go to the situation room and quote situation room, and let's continue to strategize how we can start implementing, utilizing the $600 million. So memos. But I just want to be on record that I've made a statement and I've made recommendation, although that it may not be taken. But maybe start stressing that to the officials. And then the other one, Nikki, is the press release. I mean, could we get a press release directly from your command center, directly to the delegates? Could we get a direct press release from the instant command centers? And then IS issue is another problem, but I believe that there's no isolation location for these positive individuals is really a problem that we're facing, and which caused an increase of the COVID numbers on the Navajo Nation, especially in the central part of the Navajo Nation, Chinle area. So thank you very much.
Hello, this is Adrienne Lerma. I've been sitting here listening to this meeting, and I wanted to request that I be able to make a quick statement.
Vice Chair, this is Chair. I don't have any other questions at this point, so if you want to give the chair back, that's fine. If you want to keep it.
So you got promoted.
Okay, so Vice Chair probably lost the call. So I'm going to go ahead, Ms. Spencer, for the record, I'm going to go ahead and take the chair back at this time since Mr. Otto So has not responded yet. Ms. Lerma, if you could please hold off. We do recognize delegates during this time, and upon the conclusion of this report, if no other delegates have questions, then we will recognize your question. So with that, delegates, are there any other questions, comments, or concerns based on the information that has been provided to us by Mr. Doug Watchman, who is second in line for the emergency management team?
Chair.
Honorable Otto So.
I was on mute and mute was on. Anyway, I guess just would like to hear Doug's response to Honorable Kelly McKay's question. That's all.
Mr. Watchman, you can go ahead and respond. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you again, committee members, as well as Honorable Key Allen Begay. Thank you for that, the comment and regarding the establishment of food banks. About a year and a half ago, we had talked about creating food banks within each of the regions within the boundaries of the Navajo Nation. You know, as far as the discussion, we've been outreaching to some of the border town food bank establishments, even within the states of New Mexico, Utah, and Arizona, and seeing how this process can be started, and you know, what are some of the limitations by law and policy that the Navajo Nation has to follow if we were to, you know, to establish these food banks, keeping USDA policy, procedures, and you know, laws of food handling, you know, in that sense. And you know, that is a good question, and that's something that, you know, we are still working on. And if we can, you know, get any type of input or even some support from leadership to, you know, to start creating a foundation for this, I believe that, you know, we can assist each of our communities, you know, whether it comes to any type of hazard or incident that, you know, that the Navajo Nation may have to address and endure. So thank you for that question. In regards to some of the deliveries that have been made, of course, we are coordinating with you know, organizations as far as, you know, the Office of President, as well as the local chapters, even our points of distribution. I know there was some mention that some of the constituents and folks had only received like only water and bananas and so forth. So, you know, looking at that, as far as, you know, separating and inventorying and putting together these supplemental food packages, boxes, and water, we do have people at our staging areas doing that. I guess in regards to some of these foods and produce and stuff that are being pushed out, some of these deliveries are also made by independent food banks. For an example, St. Mary's has been really in the nation, community is hard in giving out these food boxes. I know that some of them did not get time to separate some of these food boxes, so you know, most people did get a whole box of potatoes or rice or whatnot. But you know, since inheriting and taking over this humanitarian effort, we've been working with them so we can get those receive and distribution of those donations and getting them separated and putting them on pallets and getting them ready for distribution to these points of areas within the nation. So I'm hoping that answers your question, Honorable Begay. Thank you.
Chitsoy, Honorable Kellen Begay, thank you for joining us today. We always welcome insight or questions from other delegates. Was Mr. Watchman, did he answer all of your questions?
Yeah, LOC members. Yes, he did. So this is something that we'll probably continue to work on. So yeah,
Thank you. Delegates, are there any other questions for Mr. Watchman? If not, we will proceed forward to the vote. Okay, with that, Mr. Watchman, I am looking forward to your calendar for donations. As you said, it will hopefully be ready by Tuesday. It would also be great to know when you will be distributing to the Shiprock community so that we can inform the community of the date, time, and the location. So if you could send me a separate email letting me know that, I would really appreciate it. Committee members, I'm going to go ahead and proceed forward to the vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Okay, Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Okay, with that, committee members, we do have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 not voting, that's the chair, 1 who is absent, Honorable Edmund Yazi, and I believe Honorable Vince James has not responded. He was on the call earlier. He may have dropped the call, but he is also not voting as well. So with that, committee members, we are accepting the report. Mr. Watchman, we look forward to the communication between your department and also your oversight, informing us of the happenings within the emergency management team, and then also in regards to the donations, what we will be expecting, the donations and delivery. So thank you so much for your time. With that, you are hereby excused.
Thank you very much, Oversight Committee, and you all have a blessed week. Thank you.
Thank you. So next on the item, we have item number C, report from Jesse Delmar, Executive Director for the Division of Public Safety on the status of first responders payment for regular pay, overtime pay, and also special duty pay, also known as hazard pay. Can I get a motion for this report?
Madam Chair, Mr. So here.
Yes.
Should break order. Where he spared since I'll motion it.
Honorable Eugene So, thank you so much. Can I get a second?
Vice Chair, I'll second.
Vice Chair, Honorable Otto So, seconds the motion. Mr. Delmar, are you on the line?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm here.
Mr. Delmar, I don't think you need to be reminded of the way that it works here at the committee. Do you have any questions before you present to the committee?
No, ma'am.
Okay, with that, Mr. Delmar, you do have 15 to 20 minutes to do your presentation. So the floor is yours at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and also the members of the Law and Order Committee, good morning. Or actually, good afternoon. As far as the special duty pay, pretty much I listened to the presentation from Mr. Stevens and also his staff that talked about the current disposition of the special duty pay with regard to the $4 million that we were fortunate to get through their regional office. And as he explained, this is the first time ever that I heard the explanation from the Bureau, so which I appreciate you bringing them to us to explain. Now I understand a lot further. The question that you asked regarding that meeting they had on, I think he was saying May 18th, and then he was talking about March 18th too. So whichever meeting they had, I did not participate. I wasn't aware of it. One thing I knew was that there was some money actually that was coming through, and this was not. This was different because usually when we get monies from the Bureau of Indian Affairs, there's a budget modification, and there's notification that is made by the Office of Justice Programs from Albuquerque, which is District 4, and that is pretty routine. We get documents from them. All of the budget modifications that are made by them, they are written formally to us, and sometimes they're emailed to us at the same time, and they're addressed directly to the president of the Navajo Nation, and usually CC on it. This was different. This came through the Navajo Regional Office in Gallup, and just verbally I heard that yes, it came, and that it was in the name of the Tribal Enrollment Department. So what I did was I wanted to learn more about it, and I was in contact with Dr. Fowler on it from the Human Resources Division, the division director, and about a week ago, she told me to work with the enrollment office, and she gave me a name of an individual to talk to. So then I went to him, and I got a hold of him, and he wasn't really sure how to go about this. So we were referred to another department where it just fizzled out. So, but fortunately, we were able to come together this past week. The chief of staff, Paulson Chaco, was able to coordinate a meeting. So we had that meeting yesterday. And turns out that the Bureau of Indian Affairs, like they said this morning, they're waiting for a scope of work detailing who this is going to be used by and so on. So, and then he was asking for a budget too. So we're able to finally put together that information going through the Tribal Enrollment Office. There were some questions that came up regarding PAFs, and that they said that PAFs won't be needed to be changed. So under the conditions of emergency, we understand that, and we appreciate the Bureau of Indian Affairs expediting this and bringing it to us. It's really up to us right now. I think we have that information through the Tribal Enrollment Office and working with OMB. Remember, they were saying that everything's funneled through OMB with the Navajo Nation. So we have a budget, and then we have a scope of work, and that I think that we pretty much agreed on that OMB has this morning. And hopefully that is expedited from their office and given to the back to the Bureau. Some items, since this is not really normal practice, some things that we will need is like an account number that we could charge. So we're trying to get that figured out right now. It is pretty much unique, and it's not. It's something that is that we're trying to figure out as a nation too, as well. Excuse me. And as far as the monies that you mentioned to me, Madam Chair, the $26 million, and that also there was another $11 million that was mentioned. They are specifically talking about the police contract. Remember, I was telling you that these monies come through the OJS office in Albuquerque. So the new monies they received is pretty much earmarked for the FY 2021 fiscal year to be used for salary expenditures. And then in the meantime, there are some monies that the chief of police identified that they are using right now as far as overtime is concerned, and also as far as special duty pay. There was a bunch of them that were submitted. And then we talked about it yesterday too with the folks we talked to. And the chief pretty much mentioned that some of the monies that he was able to move around and shuffle, that he put together some numbers. That's what he's using for special duty pay and also for overtime money. They are fortunate that they have some monies. There's some, I think criminal investigations is pretty much shuffling monies around. However, we have another contract that is under the 638 OJS, which is corrections. And corrections is pretty much hurting right now, and they're really in need of some money. So what we did was we said that these monies that are coming down right now are going to be used for the whole Navajo Division of Public Safety, and not specifically one department, but for the whole division. So that way we can address the needs of the departments under the division. So, and like I said, Madam Chair, we do have the budget, and we put together the scope of work information that we're asking for, and we're working with the Tribal Enrollment Office and with OMB too as well. So we are going to meet again with the Chief of Staff after we have our meeting and to discuss that even further. But that's pretty much my update right now, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that update, Mr. Delmar. Any questions for Mr. Delmar at this time?
This is Vice Chair.
Honorable Otto, so go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Delmore, for your report and your update relating to this to this unusual. I don't want to say unusual circumstance. These other people who are in charge are going to say, "Oh, it was because of COVID-19," and try to hide under that rock and allude to that they're not responsible for getting this process going. It sounds like you have the ball rolling over there within the Department of Public Safety now, and I just wish that Department of Personnel should have already informed you a long time ago. They should have informed you. I'm sure they're a part of those meetings, and I'm sure there's a circle there within the executive branch that this communication had been communicated out to. And if you were told last week Monday or this last week, that was the time of the or whenever you were told. It looks like you were told after a day after the president vetoed the monies that we appropriated for this purpose. And like I said, also, the Navajo Nation Council was not aware of this. And they kept you out of the loop, looks like it. And it really disheartens me that these individuals were holding up these special duty pay and all this stuff, and $4 million sitting there, and the communication effort and I'm sure you tried to answer all these questions that your police officers are asking you. Maybe next time, direct those police officers to ask those questions directly to the individuals that are in that little circle. And maybe because definitely you have a job to perform, and you've been trying to do your job at this time, but they're not giving you the resources. You came to council for the resources. We gave it to you. We decided to give it to you. We got a unanimous vote by the council, but yet we get a veto. And the time frame of May 18 to today, to this day, those individuals who had privileged information to change the scope of work to that budget modification for the to change the scope was someone sat on it over there and definitely didn't tell you. So those officers out there are hurting. If I was the officer, I would same thing. I would do the same thing. My gosh, I was talking to one officer. 110 hours that she put in, and she only got her regular pay, 80 hours. And it's disheartening having the officer work additional almost another 30 hours during the pandemic, which is needed because they're protecting lives. Yet you have Navajo bureaucratic workers sitting on their chairs, and I don't know what they're doing. Maybe playing solitary at the computer. I don't know, but that's just my thoughts, man. So I'm glad that your program stepped up to the plate related to the scope of changing the scope of this contract. For a couple of weeks, we've been hearing these things and we really hope that this does not happen in the future, and this sparks some sort of policy change. So a lot of these policies that are in place relating to notification from Bureau of Indian Affairs, and Mr. Stevens was right. They're just acting within the parameters of what Navajo law states. Well, in this case, I believe if the oversight, any oversight, or if we put in the oversight committee, that would at least spark information so that we get these program managers on top of things. I'm sure there's not going to be a press release relating to this police pay issue and so forth. And I would like to name individuals who held up your police officers' pay. But that's not going to happen. And I really hope that these people aren't looking at it as like a game, or maybe hopefully they're not taking joy out of it. These officers are protecting lives out there. Whether it's officers, first responders, and firefighters, EMTs, criminal investigators, Department of Correction workers, and because they're handling inmates every day. They're out there. We just want to make sure that these dollars get out to the rightful people and get them paid out. They have families. Maybe if we can change policy to address these issues, future issues, future emergencies like this, things like this will not happen. So,
Committee members, are there any other questions at this time for Mr. Delmar? Okay, committee members. Honorable Vice Chair, can you please take the chair so I can ask some questions myself?
Okay, go ahead. You have the floor, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And then thank you so much for the presentation, Mr. Delmar. And I am really sorry that you were not aware of the meeting on May 18th regarding the $4 million. It feels like all of this could have been avoided had there been some communication going to your department, and how, you were not CC'd on the email. We are aware of the meeting that did happen yesterday with Mr. Paulson Chaco, and we are aware that there is a scope of work that's missing, and then also a budget. I believe that the budget has been submitted, but the scope of work, we haven't received any updates on that. My first question is, you said, and maybe I misheard this, but your PAF needs to be changed. I want to know why that has to be changed, and how does that have anything to do, or does it have anything to do with the $4 million? My second question is, what budget forms have been submitted in regards to this $4 million that you know of? I know that there has been a budget form submitted by Department of Public Safety, but do you know of any other departments or divisions that will have access to this $4 million? And because I'm looking at your budget form, and it looks like you are requesting the entire $4 million. And it has been signed, it's been submitted, and it's been approved. But I just wonder if there's other divisions and departments that have also asked for some of these funds to, I guess, for them to be used. And it looks like money will be going to your various, your line, your within the department. I guess is how money will be spent. We do have a of that information for us. So we do appreciate that, and we're glad that things have been straightened out on your end. And then, can you tell me how much each department, your division, how much each department is getting? My concern is when we had a meeting a couple of weeks ago with your division, each of your department heads were given the opportunity to advocate for how much money each department needed in order for them to get through this pandemic. Unfortunately, I believe it's your criminal investigator division director, Michael Henderson, did not advocate at all for criminal investigations. And my understanding is he was not on the call yesterday. And I'm getting a little bit concerned as to why he's not advocating for criminal investigations. In fact, I believe other delegates have stated this as well. We're starting to lose confidence in him. And when we're talking about this $4 million and how it's going to be distributed, I think it needs to be distributed as a matter of fairness. And I'm talking also in regards to EMS, because we have police officers who are reaching out to us, but we also have EMT, and then we also have criminal investigators who are reaching out. We have the different people that fall within your division who are saying that they haven't received this, and all of them are first responders. And so I'm a little bit curious as to see, which department is getting, and I noticed that is not within your budget form. It does not indicate how that money will be divvied up. And we do advocate for our officers, but at the same time, we also know that first responders are not just the officers who are out there. They're criminal investigators. There are those who are being called in to help assist, which may also include those who are answering phone calls, your dispatchers. We know that they are also EMT. We also received a report from EMT a few weeks back informing us that they also had nothing within their budget. So what I would like to see is and I want this in writing, is I want to know how much each department is going to be getting of this $4 million. And then I do, in regards to the funding that we're talking about, I kind of want to go back to the last budget session. I believe it was Honorable Vince James who asked how much the departments are receiving from those casino funds. We still have not received that information. We did reach out to the gaming office. As you are aware, I am the chair for the gaming subcommittee. So they did give information about what they've turned over to your division, and we still have not received any information as far as how much of your departments are receiving some of those funding. And then going to the CARES Act money, I want to know who is going to be in charge of getting this distribution and how that formula is working within your division. Again, because there is various departments within your division, all of whom have been impacted by COVID-19. I think as a matter of fairness, it needs to be distributed to these various departments, but our understanding is that that is not the case. So I know that is 1, 2, 3, 4, I believe those are 5 questions I have asked. I'm going to go ahead and wait for you to respond before we proceed forward with the next set of questions. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the questions. And committee members, is there any other questions that the delegates have? For what?
One question.
Mr. So, go ahead. Yeah,
Well, I do my running around here, Mr. So, I see you know, I don't say you're saying, I don't know why. Is I thought it, I go because because now you're so hard to searching to me. This space out that I need more. I think stand it yeah, open yes. There's only saying because we get your whole yeah, I think I thought about the husband of it because I'm sure then that he as the vision director and your council. So could all ask on how to say they hashing. Like I say, this is there's necessary hard is as person that a lot of requires to trying to understand how and why this money are there. So to me, you know, if the money is there with the stipulation how it's going to be used, I'm pretty sure you guys have all the education to know how it's going to be used. So I don't want to ask a lot of questions just to prolong another week or 2 more weeks to pay those police departments. And over time, this means that the shit I don't have that it cares that I don't have that means I ask you no kind of question to prolong this. Our husband was in end. I don't know how we don't understand it sometimes. But that I'm sorry to you. I'm very sorry about it, but this is my stance all the time because money is fun for a certain reason, with stipulation on it. And that's how they use it. That's why those division directors are there. They're educated, we appointed them. And they got counsel how to do it. But I think that's the case. Yes, we would like to actually here and there. They can report to us about how it's going. That's how I see 3-branch government. It is what and I know there's a judiciary to know when they had all it's in the housing. But you know, as the United States word for the AJ Attorney General interpret OS into it, court them not better. So those are the things all about this case over there. About husband is there, black and white, I guess, and 1, 2, 3, and 2 plus 2 is 4, not 5. So if you had I'll just keep going, get this thing done, and I guess you have in the base so
is a need, and also other departments too, where there's a need. Yes, certainly we'll address those people. And we said yesterday that those people at the front lines are priority. They need to be paid. Although Mr. Jordan, let's pay them, and I agree with you. That's what we're trying to do. I think I sort of answered the CARES Act, Madam Chair, that we submitted budgets. Everybody submitted the budget to the President's office. It's been like a couple weeks to 3 weeks ago we did this, and like I said, the speaker called me yesterday regarding some numbers. He was saying that they weren't adding up, so we got them corrected, and we got them resubmitted back to the speaker's office yesterday. Then regarding the casino monies, I'd like to get myself updated again on the casino monies and see what we're doing. And if you can give me some time, Madam Chair, I can report that back to you. I don't, Mr. So, how is this going to be used? And I identified the CARES Act. I think I answered that question. That we submitted budgets to the President's office, and also apparently the speaker got hold of them too. So, and I agree with you. Yesterday we were talking. Somebody made a comment saying that why don't we, if possible, start using the CARES Act money as soon as possible because we need them. If that's possible, I just want to mention that too. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Are there any other delegates who have any questions at this time for Mr.? Go ahead, Vice Chair. I'm sorry, I forgot you had the chair.
Thank you very much for your response, Mr. Delmar. I don't yes, we have to have another conversation related to the casino dollars, the monies that we received under public safety relating to the to what it is supposed to be intended for. And I guess that has to be another conversation. And I believe we don't want to muddy up those dollars with these dollars that we have right now. But we will have that conversation. In the meantime, before I give back over to the chair, I'm going to ask one more time to, is there any other questions from committee members at this time, or questions from any other delegate that's on the line to our division director related to his report?
Chair. Chair.
What?
Mr. So.
Oh, Mr. So, go ahead. You have the floor. Eugene So, you have the floor.
Okay. So, I'll let Ian take case. I'm sorry. I know William might have to look for some more funds regarding to the front line, the one that got hurt with a positive COVID-19. So loud and linear. How we're gonna, I guess, all of them comment, or maybe we can start doing something about it. Is that Shinda Lindo that started about action. Anything that's real bad happens in the future, could be cut all you large and not quick. It's a lot. So I was just reading one regards to a young lady. She received the single card. That so to get some funds for those families that's going to be left out alone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. So. We'll go ahead and turn. I believe the question is probably directed to the families of the public safety that is their work related to if they contracted COVID-19 through patrol and so forth. And I believe we have a couple of them that actually contracted COVID-19, whether it's public safety, EMS, so forth. Maybe and how the nation stepping in to assist their families, or we just to send them home and just sending them a paycheck every 2 weeks. But how we as a nation or programs looking at assisting their families. And Mr. Delmar.
Chair, wait, before he answers, Chair.
Hold on, Mr. So, what's your follow-up question? Mr. Eugene So. So what? Why?
Oh, excuse me, here.
Fine. Okay, Mr.
Okay.
Delmar, go ahead.
I'm here, Mr. So.
Oh.
The main concern.
So, go ahead.
My main concern is the one that dies in the line of duty. So family, I don't know, maybe we had to come up with something else again, because in the veterans in the VA, you know, it's a hot eye now. It's not about so what we need to start thinking about that. Especially a pandemic. It's really hard.
Okay, Mr. Delmar, I guess it's related to officer dying in or anybody dying in the line of duty, whether it's a pandemic, and I'm assuming his question is for anything. How is the nation looking at assisting their families besides sending them the paycheck or their last final paycheck or their and leave that they have acquired or their insurance is so. Mr. Delmar, you have to.
Oh, I can't listen and I just keep both of you, and they vary from department to department, but generally everybody is under the Navajo Nation benefits. So now, they're eligible for, like, if they leave us under their actual duty in the line of duty, they are eligible for federal benefit. Since we are under the contract and under the scope of the Bureau of Indian Affairs, that's how they're eligible, and they address their families too as well. But they're the only ones that are like this. This would include CI and also uniform patrol. But the other departments, they're regularly under the Navajo Nation benefit.
Okay.
Vice
Thank you very much, Mr. Delmar. Thank you very much, Mr. Delmar. And I'm going to go around the floor again one more time. Is there any other questions from committee members or any other delegates? Let me go once, twice, 3 times. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the chair to go ahead and call for the question.
Go ahead, Vice Chair. Thank you for assisting me during this time. Go ahead. I recognize Vice Chair to ask questions.
Okay, then. Well, if that's happen, I'm going to go ahead and call staff to call for voting tally. Noreen?
Okay. Hold on a second here. Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Delegate Charles Newton votes red.
Okay, Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Otto or Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Okay, Delegate Vince James votes green. Eugene So, how do you vote?
Green for police department.
Okay, Eugene So votes green. Eben Yazzie, how do you vote? Eben Yazzie, how do you vote? Okay, the vote is 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 not voting, which is the vice chair. And
Correction.
Absent. What?
Correction on the vote. 2 in favor. We have 1 against.
Oh, yeah.
And 1.
2 in favor, 1 opposed, 1 not voting, 1 absent. Sorry about that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Motion carries. Thank you very much, Mr. Delmar, for your report. And I'm going to go ahead and turn the chairship back over to Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. Okay, so with that, committee members, we are moving down to the next item on the agenda. I believe that we have item D, report from Ms. Perling Kirk, Controller. Also, Robert Willie, Office of the Controller, in regards to the regular pay, overtime, and hazard pay for first responders. Ms. Kirk or Mr. Willie, are you on the line?
Madam Chair, Perling Kirk, I am on the line, so I'm ready to report.
Thank you, Ms. Kirk. Thank you for being on the line. Committee members, we do have Ms. Kirk who is on the line with us. So I'm going to ask at this time for a motion to hear the report.
Mr. Sawyer, motion.
Honorable Eugene So, thank you for the motion. Can I get a second?
Vice Chair, second.
Honorable Otto So, seconds that motion. Ms. Kirk, you have presented before various committees. I don't know if you've ever presented to our committee, but we give you 15 to 20 minutes to do a presentation. During that time, you are allowed to refer to agents who who can assist you with your presentation. Upon the completion of your 15 or 20-minute presentation, the floor will be turned back over to delegates who may have some questions for you. So with that, Ms. Kirk, do you have any questions about the procedure before we proceed forward to your presentation? Okay, great. So with that, Ms. Kirk, the floor is yours.
Okay, Madam Chair, members of the Law and Order Committee, if there's other delegates, good afternoon. Mr. Delmar, ako atanda basa si Tlinto, budget siki ba yata si Tito diki, hasht edod ni no ben daan nishikoho as far as the tinda the meal, de peso yani de diki, akoho, so in terms of Kudo Nishdo Controller's Office State at the very end Akwi Adiki Nishidat Akoho Ado Ashishna Nishigi AIC Bana Dani concept so le hahot isto programs or departments they initiate the payment, in this case overtime or special duty pay. Say the special duty pay procedures they niki hatadilia auto stand shandad nishiki payroll section timekeepers they clinici yes not the so not supposed to be caught the hot zogo overtime RG process it's the same thing similar it's not the same thing it could procedures so be process alcohol a budget Mr. Delmar Yahosne ko qui danda kid edo died deep non in baggy so by the so I just want to kind of indicate so when these documents come into OOC it goes to two places general accounting do contract accounting accountants they generally look to see if there's funds availability if there's no budget if there's no funds available we can't pay so so it comes into our office it goes to one of two places contract accounting or general accounting depending on if it's general funds or a K account auto is for auto payroll payroll the procedures special duty pay is based upon actual hours work so payroll so because they have access to the timesheets and so forth they match the requests against the actual hours work to a verification so been done before it gets to actually process it as part of payroll. So there's a number of things that they look for as well. They also look for sometimes signatures calculation. Should delegate so Anita 2 + 2 Nina. If it's 2 + 2 and it's 5, then there's something wrong with the calculation. So from payroll, it may get sent back to the program. So we really depend on the programs. If those requests are not correct, then we can't pay. If there's no budget, we can't pay. If there's no signatures, we can't pay. If we can't match those actual hours work to the timesheets, we can't pay. So part of what OOC payroll is experiencing is because Anita, Mr. Delmar, we have to retroactively go back to March. So some of those requests as to special duty pay, we have to not on for the last few months. So programs are they non-forcing it's not always correct. So they don't match up the timesheet information. So the other day, the Quila Yahani date, United Kida 932 as of last Friday, requesting Yahani date, if I have to give a percentage on the request that gets sent back because they're not correct or it's not correct, it's about a 50% rate. So the ones that come in and there's no signatures, there's problems with calculations, the actual hours work, they're not verified. We send about half of those things back. So if you've been around for some time, ako veterans, the ako bayate veterans payment. We get stacks of documents, and then I believe I was saying 1 in every 4 we send back, so I always try to give a statistic. So, so those types of things that we deal with on our end. So, if I were to have any recommendations and so forth, there's a couple of things. We're always at the end of the process. We're at the tail end. We depend on the process that comes before us. So if there's budget issues, if the programs, if they're not correct, then those are problems that we don't have control of and that we need help. So if there's capacity issues on their end, those things need to be addressed. And so, I know we, for the past 2 payrolls, we did process some of these special duty pay requests. So some of them, the programs, we keep telling them the same questions. They have the same questions. We keep trying to answer those same questions. So that's what we have to work with. We try our best on our end, and a lot of times, and then they go to another department, and then the other department is left hanging. So sometimes we deal with personnel changes. Some employees are pretty good. Some programs are pretty good, better than others. So in a sense, we depend on them. So if there's plans for the future as far as the CARES money, we're in the middle of a pandemic. We're going to be continuing to address, the process and so forth. Maybe the programs need help. Maybe they have capacity issues, and maybe OMB needs help. Maybe, those things can be addressed as well. So within OOC, we also, the other thing we're dealing with currently is on the overtime, the regular overtime. Generally, the process, the procedures calls for the remittance of those overtime right after the payroll period. But I will report and say that programs are right now submitting, I was just looking at a stack of documents. There's submittals of overtime requests that are being submitted that date back to payroll period from October. So as you can imagine, we're getting previous overtime requests. We're getting the special duty requests as well. So my staff is keeping up, but they also have to, a lot of times it's unfortunate, as I mentioned, they have to be correct and we have to send them back. If you can imagine, a lot of our employees are being paid out of K accounts. So federal government needs to pay so each in. So you have to follow these rules, that rule, Navajo law, etc. IRS rules in there sometimes. And so that, from our perspective, OOC Controller's Office, before we make a payment, we have to ensure compliance. So it's not about playing games. It's not about being difficult. It's about ensuring compliance for the nation. And so therefore we have to send those things back and say, and a lot of times these, when we send things back, there is a time delay, and there is a time delay, and so right now, since the government shut down, that has an impact. So when we send a special duty pay that come through, and and it's not jiving with the timesheets, and we have to send it back. My staff is experiencing sometimes not a really responsiveness, probably because our workers are working from home. We get comments where they're saying, I don't have a scanning capability, and so forth. So we're at the mercy of whether the programs can, how they're working, if they're at the office or they're at home or they're on admin leave, those types of things. So it does have an impact right now. So I just want to make that clear as well. The other thing we're encouraging, and almost, with this pandemic, that's what we're doing right now. We're forced to really, not depend on paperwork and so forth. And we're really forced to work from home, whether we have good internet connections or not. So payroll section has always had a pertinent email. It's payrolldocs@nnooc.org. And so we encourage the usage of electronic documents and so forth. So I hope that helps. I believe the other last point I want to make is I have 1 minute and 30 seconds. The last point I want to make, and especially to the committee here, I've said it this morning with Budget and Finance. So these programs, they're scrunging around trying to do budget revisions. This morning I heard, or yesterday, I think I heard Chief Francisco saying he had some money, he had to do some budget revisions, and therefore he does have current requests pending at our office. I heard Department of Corrections say he's being worried about their 638 monies and having to shuffle some money around to afford.
A minute left.
And so it is double work for us, not only OOC, but the program and OMB to use those monies, because we should directly be charging the CARES Act money. This is what it's intended for, especially your first responders. So right now, what's going to happen is we're using general funds, we're using 638 funds when we should be using the CARES Act money. And it's double work to retroactively, go through this process. So I just, I'm hinting, we need to use those CARES money. And so I'll just end with that.
Thank you for that, Ms. Kirk. Delegates, are there any questions or comments for the presentation that Ms. Kirk has provided to us today?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair.
Honorable Isa.
Ni chuhin ado and the process. So now internet. I don't know how the dollars come into the nation and the programs that are supposed to be working together to try to get these dollars out into the or to get these dollars into these accounts that are created. And then thank you for elaborating on the 50% error ratio that's happening at the programs. I'm just going to say programs, and I'm going to dial in and say from this program, but it's probably all over. And I believe maybe if a recommendation could be made is that maybe a little training scenario and all that needs to happen for these individuals that are timekeepers for these programs. I'm not too sure if it's due to the rate of overturning of workers, or simply you just get to a program and basically they say, oh, this is how we always did it. I'm right, and maybe a certain contract or a certain grant may require a different, another set of rules to be set in place. But I guess some sort of information related to getting this time submitted training should be recommended for these timekeepers out there so that they can provide the correct information at one time. I know it's very hard to get people to, to say that, they're correct once, but or correct the first time. But the next after a order na cannot and that was my grandfather's favorite word. I don't know. I don't know if these programs understand that. Maybe they're just milking the system to keep their just so they have something to do at work. But is there a chance that we could start looking at going towards electronic input, such as investing into or upgrading the current financial information? That way, the electronic input would be a lot quicker. Because as a former tribal employee, I know how it used to be having to come into Winter Rock every 2 weeks on Wednesday to turn in a timesheet, and it had to be handwritten, and it had to be in red ink. I believe that was the protocol. I'm not too sure if that's the same scenario today, but then you have the whole Navajo Nation, the world, the Navajo Nation bumping into each other in Winter Rock. And you see how many TAs are in place for travel for that day. And, it costs us more money to get these payroll documents out to Winter Rock, out to the program. And I guess that would probably be the next step. And I would really support that initiative. But I know we're going to have to shell out some money, and at this time and effort, and that would have been a very good vital tool for electronic submittal on everything, and then electronic signature. And I know some programs don't want to change when you start to impose change on the program, and they look at it as a threat to how they're operating. But if you submit things electronically, it reduces one starts to eliminate position, and I think that's the overall that we need to start looking at, to how can we start working with the technology, current technologies, to submit these things so that we're not burning money. And at one time, you had a number figure issued tied to issuing a check. It costs roughly about $60 or something like that to issue one check. So that is this my thought about the system currently today. But again, thank you for doing your job as a controller, trying to make sure that all of these all our Navajo people are getting their paycheck related to the tribal employee and so forth. And then the other is that I guess what I would like to request is that a rundown on all of the you provided us really good information related to the $38, the public safety in general. But we have other dollars that are within public safety, and maybe if you could put all those figures on spreadsheet to us to see what is inside the dollars. And unused $638 has this been if there's any leftover in FY20 or FY19, FY18, 16, 15, they had although our dollars that came in for from gaming related to the support effort of the Office of Public Safety at our casino there in Twin Arrows, and the other is at Northern Edge. There's one at we get. I'm assuming we get money for Northern Edge. We get money for Hogback, and we get money for Fire Rock. And what amounts came in from Navajo Gaming, and I guess a rundown on the expenditure report relating to those accounts would be very, very important to the committee as we move forward to try to iron this issue out, because those dollars are supposed to be related and earmarked for public safety support to the Navajo Nation, or to the compact, the gaming compact. That's the cost for the Navajo Gaming Enterprise to operate, and that's required in the gaming compact. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So, delegates, are there any other questions?
Okay. But Chairwoman, go ahead.
Oh, Honorable, I'm sorry, Ms. Kirk, are there any delegates? Are there any other questions? Ms. Kirk, if you forward to the vote. Okay, Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Okay, with our committee members, I'm sorry, Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Okay, with that committee members, we have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 not voting, that's the chair, and 1 who is absent, Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Thank you, Ms. Kirk, for your presentation and for the information that you provided to us here today. The committee accepts your report at this time, so you are excused. Okay, committee members, we're moving on to item C on the agenda. We have an update report from Ms. Perfilia Fowler, Executive Director, Navajo Nation Division of Human Resources, regarding payments for first responders. Ms. Fowler.
This is Ms. Fowler. I'm present, Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Fowler, for being present. Can I get a motion for this report?
Motion by Vice Chair.
Motion made by Otto So. Can I get a second?
Mr. So here. I'm going to be taking my
Eugene
nap
So?
pretty soon. Hurry up.
So right now we have Dr. Perfilia Fowler, who's on the line. Ms. Fowler, you have presented to this committee before. You do have 15 minutes to make your presentation. During the time, you can call upon agents to help assist you with the presentation. Upon completion of your presentation, it'll move to the committee for questions. Do you have any questions regarding the procedure of today's committee before we proceed?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Fowler, with that, you have 15 to 20 minutes, so the floor is yours. Thank you.
First, my biggest priority is to pay our frontline workers and responders. And I'm a strong advocate for the Division of Public Safety, and I continuously to assist with recruitment. We have some individuals that are recruiting, and I also, trying to do my best in getting additional officers on board during this pandemic. And I continue to work closely with Mr. Delmar, Mr. Francisco, and other officers with criminal investigation and as far as other areas. And it's not just DPS that are frontline workers. We're also looking at EMTs, EMS, frontline workers and auto CHR. But my biggest priority is to support the payment of a lot of these first responders. Back on April 8th is a day we initiated and implemented with the approval of our DOJ and Department of Personnel Management, the special duty pay procedures. Following that came into place, and we went all the way retro back to March 13th at 5 p.m. Okunzago the special duty pay is pretty much like on a weekly basis. We have these discussions regarding our special duty pay. It's really been forced and directed to where, this is a priority within our administration once this pandemic had started. As a Department of Human Resource Administration, we're well aware of the $4 million that was coming forward. And they've asked us for our assistance in getting that money under our division. It was only the tribal enrollment that had access to that to make a fast process, a fast-moving process. It was a good turnaround time with BIA, and it was accepted within that two and a half days. From there on, DPS, and we've been in communication with them. And I'm not aware of it. So with Vital Records taking over, I specifically inform, and we're well aware that Vital Records is not to use any of this $4 million. It was specifically for Division of Public Safety. Division of Public Safety, and then is their responsibility as how they're going to utilize this money. One biggest thing was our special duty pay. The first round, it was only $1 million for the top portion line item. Mr. Paulson Chaco and Ado Lini, President Nez. So that's how it became a $3 million for the special duty pay. Not on with a launch Although the scope of work we received, I signed off on the amendment of the budget on May 20th. It went back and forth for a while. We got it on May 18th, and then we acted on it. And 2 days after that, I made sure that, I'm always here. I have not been taken off from during this pandemic, and I'm currently in my office from May 20th. We submitted that budget, and we've also included Mr. Delmar. We've also completed the scope of work. OMBG If there's some other questions, if there's some other things that need to be inputted, we ask for guidance and assistance from even the health command. So I'm learning a lot. So with that, it's now within our division and it's to be utilized, and we're getting invoices, but we don't approve the timesheet, special duty pay, AR division, Basala. And auto Department of Personnel Management, Department of Personnel Management has, they're not in the process of authorizing any personal action form for this special duty pay. They're not part of it because only it's going to go from the Division of Public Safety and then also into payroll. Account number DPM does not take part in that. So they're not part of this. There's no PAF involvement. The only time that we have to deal with some PAFs were some emergency transitions that need to happen within DPS area. So those have been done. So I think we pretty much processed those. With that, open test care so those na big updates here. Highlight the MOU go memorandum of understanding that we're on the vital records under Division of Human Resources only accepting this money on behalf of Department of Public Safety. Auto Department of Public Safety, Ajak of Bidney needs law. On honor toes had the schleho shot the snow on that bear, what each is only. Edo had the slap, Bidney up, Ajak joy bed, the thousand, the way they're going to money, how they're going to pay their frontline workers, yes. So I never got a response on that. So as division directors, it is really our responsibility budget as a division of human resources and on behalf of DPS for this money to come quick. We as a department have to accept it right away, and my administrative service officer worked diligently in getting this, and then also the program manager, Mr. Duncan. So, where it's ready to be spent, where there's nothing that's holding it up, but if there's a scope of work that needs to be amended, shoot it back to us, and that's where we're at with it. Auto, Akalata Edi, Kodo, change it nonsense, Naisha Yash, Hashin, Sago, Kest, the Donaniki, Never Hashin, Sago, Abayas, Kit. Auto Hashin, Sago, the Kosnas, Nina Hans, Nei. The past Edney, Ed a lot of those Hashin Soko Yegonan Kingo. Of course, so ya say, Ben, I his she thought those Kaya Eda, Harlan Juno Age, Nadi Kato and Juno Eho, Nahasam Baka, Nane, Daro, Nahanda, Nishi Baku Yado, that did no hot aya, not no tin. Hala Hashino Saea Nish Naj the Kaeba Henson, Nihit Ando Hosh Ashuto, Ado Hashin Sagana Closido, Elie Williani, Ajato Hashin Sagoshanan Shuto, a Koba Henson, Odishnish, Edo Shadne, Adosh Chado, Shias and Oxini, so Hashin Sagadi Kon, the Handa Nish Leniki, the art at the Nishiki, the media don't did in the Zantino, Tepido, Ansla, Akunana, and Handanish. Upon the at the Nishiki later, division director, Bewo Keddy, Hane launch it at the day niche, though Hane launch it on Wadon Nish. Jo ain't the Argent data lineage, Yahanine, that we're still a little off, but once that comes clear, once it gets in line, I'd be glad to share those numbers because currently with our overall Navajo Nation employees, we have 4,481. And out of that 4,481, each of the division directors were to provide me data of how many is currently working. I only got 3,068. So I still have some division and programs that have not reported. So we have a pending of roughly about 1,413. So if we just look at the people that are frontline, large nishi, hashine na 24/7 salada dan lini, your frontline workers bidi nine na kidene na kidemilia jatoba na kidne zate na akati na ka apane na a frontline workers dan lini na kate 2,233 frontline workers. And just imagine that's how many probably special duty pay that we got to look for. Again, like the controller is stating, that it really falls back on us as division directors. Abed said, that myself and the controller, that if you're going to get some employees that are going to be on special duty pay, you need to make sure that you allocate funds for them. Look for some money. So, although Abed said that ati peso sa hanan shtra to ani baya ati, he hashin sa gosate nishi. Like they were the only providers, and if they test positive, it's under the hundreds. What do we leave for the surviving family? The insurance, the age peso sa banano ta, the aid agito hashin sa gosato bananas nish, ado banans banish ehigish edo shitne. Need that don't ne hajo. If they need nisto chaya they kito saja he be chaya they donan tada hota and juno kehish the need on juno be kish ho ado hata akon a non hitish nido la one saboshi afon shehen the ben kitchena na ado na konet naje then he's not thing that sheet how many are teleworking or how many on your staggered schedule. I don't know. I can provide that data once I get everybody's input. Oh, it's on his now to snap the wet. Don't I get shadow, she others check and single that is no sign. Not here. Yeah, got that here.
Dr. Purfield, the Fowler presentation. Delegates, are there any questions for Ms. Fowler at the time?
Chairwoman, this is Delegate. So, Vice Chair.
Go ahead.
Good. Yeah, kodo. Shmal kodo be. Suhin ado. Vendis gladin leaning. Because in Slato, the host egg. Ado, see that, Ashin, and Taki from Nanis target end. It I non the shin sheet, Ashin, so she, the net, what I ever go confirm it, Yagi. Division directors, non I did not. This tremendous task, and to be the point person related to whatever program you're going to be division you're going to be overseeing, and to continue to provide the direct service on behalf of the Navajo people. I did and when we're in our district, we're asked these questions, and I really wish that, the communication internally could really suffice and be at a higher level so that these issues are not out there. And these police officers currently right now who we're talking about, the first responders, No, it's not what was it's a hard, isn't it? I just got off. Getting off wing shift, and oyo test. Oyo test nahalan. And then got these Quaginan peso. It an he said that your yes no. Oh, but the hot ado. Don't even mention it to us. If you guys can't do the job, should ought need. I put in 12 hours today, no. And I have a college student. I have children. And I think I shouldn't for what I you know. They need initial canon shot, you know. But it at the shadow, the hajj, I don't say not the snazzle. None, so not the I'll come kick. If you have any sort of authority, please advocate for our pay. Just mean these chief patrols to the city. Majority of the police officers in Tuba City, just to name a few, Emmanuel Yossi, Officer Dodson. They should change her name back to her maiden name. Called it Dash, Mr. Lenny. I don't call loud, the little trolls up, the theater, and all. The guy called. I go in the other kid. Corona Nation Hasta Green. I see I had it. Yeah, but Kodopa. Make it a reality for them. At least by the next payroll. Payday already happened this past week. And I really hope that you can make this goal by June 16th. Or if it could be processed as a direct, emergency direct payment request. You know, so that these officers can get these dollars once you guys, whatever mechanism you guys do internally to try to get these monies expended. But I told that officer, I'm sorry. I'll apologize to you on behalf of the Navajo Nation. We did this because I'm the Navajo Nation. And I don't have control directly on these individuals directly to execute these things so they can happen. Whether it's related to public safety or related to masks and so forth. And a lot of these questions are out of pretty much out of my authority. Separation of powers, not what that means. You're outside your authority. But each and every division director I confirmed that I voted green on was my clear conscience that they would do good on behalf of the Navajo people. Navajo people would not get would get the direct services, whether it's to the general public or to our Navajo employees. But in this case, it's our Navajo employees. But this officer is actually contemplating on leaving. He says there's an opening with the county. Every day we continue to do this. You have officers talking about that thing. And once this officer leaves, goes to work for the county, the whole different thing, and we're going to be one officer short in the field. Again, you know, I'm the Navajo Nation. I had to say I'm sorry to them on behalf of the nation, because I voted green on these division directors. And how do we hold them accountable at this time is my thinking. When things don't happen, what should be within their scope of work. And when things starts to overspill and things not happening at the administration level, it spills over to council. And council starts to ask these questions. And and we get the back burner of everything. Council's not working with the executive branch. But this is an internal policy. This can then be taken care of internally by the management there at the executive branch. And I really hope that you guys continue to take care of this issue. And please issue an apology on behalf of the nation to our Navajo first responders. We're sorry. If I had the payroll section under my authority, sorry to Ninibe Hasto. The next just there's no word for I'm sorry. I should be asking that I should not hold anything. That's just my thought, and I hope that an apology could be made to our first responders, to from the individuals that are prolonging these payments. I understand. And again, thank you very much.
Yes.
I think for Dr. Fowler. Dr. Fowler, I'm going to turn that over to you. I don't know if there were any questions about auto still, but I'll give you the check.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Adona yes, Adoshiyash, Adenzi, Ani, the next I'm sorry, will Yenny, Nahaten, Ado Hashin, Sago Ani, to the Hiddenese Zenda, Anle not Ani bed and hit or chain de, to Hajota Hiddenese Zenda, a conleda and Himasan and hit shade, Hibjen, Himata, Ahonese. هذا دلينا تاني دا أصلي نانشتا الليني هلك إسلا خزابا وجليان الإن تو أنا أنلدي تننجج إدا باقو جليان لخالة نانشن لني خاخليا بدو نتقان باقو جليان لخالة إياس كنا سكيك إسلا آرو تويساني تلكيجي كيدا الليني خطيد نيشنده خجوبج إياجل إنت دسن Ado Hashina la Tisa on do opich snita. Hala pedo Hashin sago inna. Yat inna yito sohn so Hashin that non nispelik eselia. Oh, it's that no, that's it. That class yes, and the sheet dog top bed none that nest class even not then. Ashe and need could all the frontline workers in not so the John Yago a day sleep or condition go out and that big edge in oh yashi so alani haban that it ela alani an hitchin that all yela hashin so go sheep in the day ani a conde not ani the need lini division directors done hit that nini ashe ni hashin so go na hata haso done hit isla of course or such a one not that need all just Satoshi is doll was those Satoshi as dolly. Ado I wouldn't have a dishni deep presentashi not ajashi not ani da jelin de Kajoti Nakanda Lishi Daisonus Hanosen. Ado Anna let the doyat a bebichi at dust here. Just that they would yes in the Hashket Nash at Nisa Conde. Juna until it echo. Now he hadn't hidden or less. Ado Akashin Saga update and Liniki she thought Kodo chief of staff Lumni or Asian Aya Saton Hitch in or less. Or the last that does not in exchange to Annie with unless it's no shay, she be dish kisses the government now guy gives from need needs kedanship on the national hashin sabati the cost leni yen and so what I'm currently working on is a return to work plan for the overall Navajo Nation, and it's starting with my division. Ako hashin saga edo bahanta needs and nakate nishi hashin landal zip hashin la am I safe at work done the niholo. Ako hajo bash the nido bada sa you but baba that is just a quan jono na hanaito kacho kwana kid. Eda benan kina banana sta ko yunan this kids and they got edo nihito heha wa hashin sago the nanaka is nado ni that of nakashin sago nihija na to nihina na hata no sa den late ode nihita is nali eshi pata tohne, and you're just doing your job just like any delegate does. So I appreciate all that you do for our community and our people, and I continue to work with you to the best of my ability.
I still have some Honorable, are there any questions here at this time for Ms. Perfilia Fowler, Executive Director of the Navajo Nation Division of Human Resources regarding the payment for first responders? If not, then we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the vote.
Madam Chair.
Honorable, go ahead.
It seems that you guys are breaking up.
Lorraine, can
share lunch if I about the seen the Hashita had some language and those fancy words within the legislation or the act or regulation policy, etc. We will mistake it, I guess. If you were going to raise $3 million and it was going to use for so much, has to change this and that, kind of will alter the purpose of it, and it will take a little bit more longer to get it done. But I say I got not really much not to say. So better we find out what's going on, what's happening, and we need sorry to mean it, but there is a word for to asking for forgiveness. It's in Matthew 6:12, and also the Lord's Prayer, Matthew 12, out of verse 14 and 15, which is about forgiveness. Because in the Bible and also in the next. Kut ashi ta o ani relationship in the just of in the alya shi ta big a kajetan da kadagina art down to that case. So art down to the case art like just choy in zine all yeah. That's negative a all in zine. People don't never define a lot of stuff correctly in the old days. Positive things. A positive all yeah, not beauty way. To be understood the way I understand my grandpa and grandma. They raised me that way. Aber hasn't yet, she's sneaking there. Het aardig she lying, aber hasn't yet. Why yo, hot ada a zero, had a zero. Aber hasn't yet. That's 1, 2, 3. She's not having there. So, it is out there, and I do a committee for explaining this and that has to come to pass. The way I see it, and then now we can go forward and train these people. In that is on this army. There's armies about it's not all hard. That's not easy part of that. Way that they nobody. We always wait with the Navajo Nation code. That's not they own. So that's that's my thoughts on this issue. I know that Mr. Association is no go. And here we got just get out there so they'll ask you what's going on. Or what's hard to say, So that I so make things right, everything should be fine. We should start fighting this unseen enemy. See, they're getting territorial. We need to have some kind of way to get rid of it. But that's in the so even now, that's how I see things, and I'm sorry. I went to a boarding school, and all my lenses are. But how long? Yes. That's all. Yeah, now because I had all our terms. That's it. I also know out of that. Actually, I don't call. Let's get rid of this thing. Let's keep going. Jesus, let these guys say that. I'm going to thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks. So,
You still there, Eugenia?
Yeah.
Going in and out. Hello?
That really bad. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. At this time.
Can't hear you.
Okay. Are there any other questions at this time? Hello?
No questions. No questions. Let's move forward.
Hello?
Hello? You're fading out again.
Doesn't need
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I hear you.
All right, delegates, are there any other questions?
You're going out. That's it.
Delegates, are there any time for Ms. Fowler? Here, you can hear me. Take over. Hello?
Hello?
Vice Chair.
Hello. Yeah, I hear you.
Take over. I'm having issues with my phone.
Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and go directly
Okay.
to there's no other questions that I hear from the delegates, so I'm going to go ahead and call for the question. Maureen, go ahead and take the vote tally.
Okay. Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Green. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got it. Vince James, how
Got
do you
it.
vote? Vince James, how do you vote? Eugene So, how do you vote? Mr. So, Eugene So, how do you vote?
Green. Hello, green.
Okay, I got it. Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Okay, we have 2 in favor, none opposed, 1 not voting, which is the chair, vice chair. 1 is absent. And Mr. James is not on call.
I believe Mr. James probably excused. He has the event that's
Delegate
going on.
Vince James, vote green. Delegate Vince James, vote green.
All right, nothing here on the record.
Okay, then that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 not voting, which is the vice chair, and 1 absent. Mr. Vice Chair, back to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Nada, leda na ani, na ate. Ako sila. To turn moving forth on the agenda. I believe we're at the end of the agenda, correct?
We have 1 more report from OMB.
Okay. Go ahead. I guess I'm gonna turn over to Mr. Dominic Vial or OMB. Are you on the line?
Good afternoon. This is Cordell Shorty with Contracts and Grants, OMB. I don't know if Dominic is on the line.
Okay, Mr. Cordell Shorty and Mr. Dominic Vial, thank you for being on the line for your report related to the officers' pay for the special duty pay and any information that you guys have would be very, very, very instrumental to our conversation that we've been having to date. We had BIA at the table this morning, the area BIA area director. We had the Office of the Navajo Nation, Office of the Controller at the office that provided a report related to that same matter. We had the Division of Personnel, Public Safety, make a report related to that matter. I on the Public Safety and Personnel. I on the Nikina Hanaho Jish. Ako asid ahadit is adi and banded clad hazog is at the class. Ako si hasho and late. Yinda this kito halaho eto hashito hata hasneta. Ako gisipin ya yahoshnet and ni hajo halit lahaz. Hajo kat ta inisani zinde. But something's going on that these issues related to special duty pay is not being adhered to at the administration level. And Bishma has linear oversight. Yinda this kidney in the Kago. Alcohol halate hot no. Ako you sipping ya kodo pushna ade han ya. Ako sin his kidato break it down to where it's on the eye get those king. It's trying to be hung go break it down to that level. Yeah, you have the floor. You have 20 minutes for your presentation. And then if you have agents that you would like to help you do presentation, you can allow your agent to present in this in your report. But starting now, in some 20 minutes, you have your report, and it's in your hand. Mr. Dominic Bial and Mr. Cordell Shorty, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, members of the Law and Order Committee, this is Cordell, and other listening audience. I'm looking at the agenda, and it has a report from OMB regarding information on revised scope of work and budget for special duty pay and PPE request for under tribal enrollment contract, Public Law 93 contract. Just some background information, so we're all informed. The $4 million award was issued by BIA on April 17, over a month ago. And OMB issued a transmittal April 29th. Transmittal is just giving program authorization. The budget is in the system. The award has been executed. Now implement the purpose of the funding. So April 29th, prior to April 17, we got notice from BIA Navajo Regional Director of funding made available through BIA 638 under what's called aid to tribal government. There's different classification and component of funding under BIA. Aid to tribal government is one of them. The program that receives funding under that category is tribal enrollment, as you're aware by now. So the question posed to the nation is, you want to go ahead and make this $4 million a part of the tribal enrollment contract, or do a whole new contract for purposes of CARES Act funding? So the other timeline that the nation was faced with, these monies had to be deposited into the nation's account in a short time. So considering that, the quickest way was to make this funding a part of the tribal enrollment contract. If we go through a separate contract, it's a 2-month period, but the nation was faced with having to draw down these monies promptly. So a decision was made with the President's office and BIA, okay, let's just make it a part of tribal enrollment. And at the time, the purpose of the funding, it included in the scope of work, very general scope of work. It says for prevention, preparedness, and response to COVID-19. It further to purchase personal protective equipment, information technology to improve teleworking capability. Okay, prior to the nation sending a budget, we reached out to divisions and program who we were aware were involved in this health command center. Public safety, we know they're involved. EMS, Department of Health, Division of Social Services, and whoever had a role in addressing issue related with this pandemic. Give us your need. Give us a budget. And here's the timeline. Give us the budget by this date, because BIA wanted a budget and scope of work by a certain date so the funds could be awarded and drawn down. That timeline went, and we didn't receive a response from those offices. And Ron Duncan at Tribal Enrollment was the lead person. He oversees the Tribal Enrollment Program. So we were pressed for time. We had to have a budget and scope of work. So since nobody submitted a budget request, a scope of work, we just submitted whatever we had to BIA. And that's how that $4 million was awarded on April 17th, like I said. And the other was just give us a scope of work, give us a budget later. So BIA allowed us a little time to submit the budget, and that's why the transmittal, the authorization wasn't submitted until the 29th. So at the time the budget was submitted, it was basically just for PPE, personnel protective equipment, and public assistance to senior citizen centers to provide food. Just those two items. And as far as special pay and so forth, that wasn't a part of the request until the funding was awarded and authorized for implementation. We received a request from DPS like a week later. The community development about 2 weeks later. There was no other requests. So because we were pressed for time, Dr. Perfilia said, okay, we'll just submit a budget based on what we have. We'll just take it upon ourselves. So money is awarded and drawn down. So that happened. And then I guess there was requests coming from other programs, assistant with special duty pay, hazard pay. So there was a discussion that was had between Nova Regional Director Stevens and President Nez and some other individuals around May 18th. And there was a request for technical assistance by the nation. Can these monies be used for special duty pay, hazard pay? And the guidance was, yes, it can be. But the scope of work that you submitted has no provision for salaries. So you need to update the scope of work, and then you need to also redo the budget so there's provision for salary in there. So Ron gave us a budget and also a scope of work, and it basically just referred to first responder to be paid hazard pay, special pay with us. And then I'm glad I think Delegate Otoso referred to some math, and the request was of that 4 million, 3 million be used for hazard pay / special duty pay. So the BIA caught wind of that. When you refer to first responder, what offices are you referring to? Public safety, EMS, and who else? So expand on that reference, the first responder. Elaborate on it. Also, for those programs, how much money are you putting in there? So give us a breakdown of the budget. So we sent requests back out to Ron Duncan, coordinate with DPS and whoever of the first responder, and make a listing of the program who are part of the first responder. Also, give us a breakdown of the salary for those first responders, so we can compile that and submit it back to BIA. Once they get it and feel comfortable with that, and then they'll issue a modification. Say, okay, here's the mod. Your scope of work includes provision for salaries for first responders. These are the first responders. Here's a breakdown of the salary. So that's where it's at right now for Ron and Division of Human Services to elaborate on and list who the program involved at the first responder, and also a breakdown of the salary. Now that will set up the budget and how the salaries for the special duty pay and then the hazard pay will be charged to that account. That's where Controller's Office and OMB will have to figure that out. Earlier, Dr. Fowler indicated maybe just do a memorandum of understanding or memorandum of agreement with DPS or maybe the offices involved, Department of Health, Social Services, and those involved in the first response. Enter an agreement that spells out the procedure, the process that we follow to have those payments for those programs charged to this $4 million account. So it was the understanding from the get-go that this $4 million was for purposes carrying out and addressing issues related to the pandemic, the COVID-19. It wasn't money just for a particular program, but wherever the nation the need the nation has to address this issue. So that was the understanding, and tribal enrollment would be the office to oversee this funding, because this funding is under the aid to tribal government category, the funding component that BIA have. So, so what we need is revised scope of work that lists who the first responders are, public safety, EMS, and so forth, and then how much salary going to be set aside for those programs. So the $3 million of the $4 million is set aside for salaries for first responders. Once that's done, submitted to BIA issue amount, then we'll give the go ahead to have these expenses charged to those accounts. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Madam Chair as well. That's an overview of the status.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Shorty. From the beginning, I didn't ask for a motion to put this in place, but I'm going to call for a motion. Committee members. Let's go what? And call for a motion again. Second. LOC
motion, Eugene So. Motion, Eugene
motion
So.
by Honorable Eugene So. I'm going to request for a second in motion.
Second by Delegate Charles Newton.
Second by Honorable Chairwoman Eugene Charles Newton. And then Mr. Cordell Shorty, thank you for your report and enlightening us on the CARES Act and your scope of work related to try to get these dollars processed. Committee members, I'm going to go ahead and turn over to the floor. You have any questions? Committee members.
Eugene So.
Honorable Eugene So, go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay, Madam Chair, these changes have made all the visitors today and how the outcome went about with the recent maybe we can get it on paper. Maybe they can get it on paper for us. So we'll know 1, 2, 3, 4, how this money came about and then when it started and what happened. Yeah, the whole Maggie case and according to the date where it's going to be used. So I would really like that report that way from all the people that reported today where it went 1, 2, 3, and 4. About all the obstacles that they encountered along the way and how they fixed it and then where it's at now. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much, Mr. Honorable Eugene So. We do have this meeting on it's being recorded, and also we could get staff to go ahead and comb through this and get this out to what the programs have reported. And again, maybe the other thing too is that maybe Lorraine can reach back out to all the individuals that presented and submit a written report on what they have reported on today. Are you okay with that, Mr. So?
Oh, Viva.
Ako sila. Oyo hasit asto jo. Yo. Bakit daw din? Ako what? Alrighty then. Thank you very much, and I believe that's just a general statement as a request for reporting mechanism. So moving forth, is there any other questions from committee members to OMB?
This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Chair, go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and also for assisting me today. We have been getting rainstorms here in Shiprock, so I think that that is the reason why we are having some connection issues. So I apologize to our presenters today, but I want to say thank you, Vice Chair, for assisting during this time. I do agree with Honorable Eugene So that I think many of these reports that have been made require, they do require writing in, I guess the reports need to be in writing. And the reason why I am saying this is because at the very beginning, there were statements made who dropped the ball. And to me, it sounds like there was a communication error that happened. And this is something that needs to be addressed. But these written reports will help us to address these types of issues. And it's really unfortunate that this issue may have caused some relationships to have been possibly questioned. So as chairwoman of Law and Order Committee, we have made it clear to our division director that we will speak for those boots on the ground. And all of this, what is going on now with our officers being stressed about the money that they are not receiving and the time away from their family during this pandemic could have been avoided if people were just on the ball. So at this time, based on all of the information that has been provided to us by all of the various presenters, it sounds as if this scope of work is now getting addressed by the department or by the division director, Jesse Galmar. And I think that the written reports will help us with making sure that our boots on the ground are getting paid what they deserve to be paid. And it's very unfortunate that it took us having to call a special meeting and calling in everybody in order for us to determine where we are at. What I have not heard is when our officers will be paid, when our first responders. And I know that there was that distinction made that public safety versus first responders, you know, there's different categories. And, you know, it really, you know, I understand that from a budget perspective, but we really need to get our first responders paid. So, Mr. Bial, I believe that was the person who presented to us today. If we could get a timeline on when the officers can be paid, that would actually be beneficial to the officers. And if need be, we will pull in the same people who are on this agenda and find out why they have not been paid. So I would like to see, I mean, if the money is in our coffers now, and all we're waiting on is the scope of work, and it sounds like Mr. Stevens stated that he's okay the idea of using this for special duty pay. It sounds it could be turned around very quickly. I'm thinking maybe even in a matter of a week or less, but we don't know. So what I want to know is the timeline of when our officers, our first responders, will be paid the money they have due to them. 1. 2 is from OMB. We also heard information about 638 contracts. We understand that you guys are the people who receive information. We need you to communicate with this committee better. We have a number of 638 contracts that fall within the Department of Public Safety. What we would like to know And this is going to be a directive, so I'm hoping Mr. Haven is still on the line. Mr. Haven, are you there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay, great. So for OMB, what I would like to see is a timeline of when the 638 contracts are received by you, the time frame for negotiations, and then when they are due. And the reason for this is we have been told by BIA, by Mr. Addington from OJS, that we have the opportunity to negotiate our contract. We've heard something different from Navajo Nation in that there is no way to negotiate. So if there is a way to negotiate, we want to try to negotiate money for Department of Public Safety, for the judicial branch, and I said it's about time that we start looking at these 638 contracts and we start asking these questions. Honorable Kealan Begay made a note of this on the floor and stated that perhaps we should have a 38 subcommittee. And a lot of this is generating from the non-communication that's happening within your department to council. So we need better communication coming out of your office. We need to get our first responders, our officers, and even the judicial branch more money out of the federal government right now. So for the Office of Management and Budget, if you could please provide us that timeline so that we can better prepare ourselves for this negotiation period. At this time, those are the only two questions and comments that I have, Vice Chair. Thank you so much for taking over. I'm going on mute.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just as a recommendation, before I turn it over for response to OMB, Office of Budget Management. And then just as a recommendation, Chair, after this report, I guess you can entertain a directive relating to the timeline to get these officers paid out. And under these directives, that these certain programs that are involved have to complete these things, these timelines within the next pay period. That's another thing that could happen, because yeah, you have the regular pay period, but they can issue a work as a I guess direct pay, sort of like a payment if a person didn't get their whole pay or some sort of situation, a direct payment is requested, and I believe they can entertain it like that. There's ways that they could get these monies that the tribe has internally. Maybe if we give them a timeline of next pay by the end of next pay period, you know, that's some time frame. And if they don't meet it, you can put into that directive that they come back to the following Law and Order Committee to answer why they're not done. And you can entertain that after OMB's report, okay? And so I'm going to go ahead and turn this floor over to OMB, to Dominic Leal and Cordell Shorty for answering the questions from the questions posed. OMB, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Presiding Chair, Madam Chair also. The first question, the timeline on when the payout on the special duty pay may happen. I can only speak to the front end of that, which is having the contract on the $4 million modified. Like I said earlier, the scope of work that was submitted by Tribal Enrollment / Division of Human Resources need to be improved listen the first responder. Also give a breakdown of the budget salaries on the salary for the first response. Once that is submitted to OMB by tribal enrollment, we'll send it to BIA. Hope today being Friday, hope we have that Monday. We send it up there. It's good to go. We should have a modification approved by Wednesday, I would say. And then once that happens, we update the budget, and FMIS give authorization to tribal enrollment. The budget has been modified, the scope of work modified. Now coordinate with the first responders and having pay requests for this special duty, pay hours work for responders, and DPM Office of the Controller. So that will be, I'm not sure about a week or 2 week process. But as far as having the amendment approved, I'm certain that will happen by next Wednesday, which would be June the 17th. Okay, that's the response on the first question. The second part is timeline on negotiating, possibly renegotiating the 638 contracts that are under the Division of Public Safety. There are 4 of them, as you're aware. The law enforcement / patrol is one. Second is criminal investigation. Third is adult detention. And fourth is juvenile detention. The process to submit funding proposal for FY21, which starts January 1st to end December 31st next year, 2021. The funding proposal process, we usually start it in July, around mid-July, July 15th. OMB issues instruction to the program. And the process is usually have the program update their scope of work, going off of the existing scope of work. In this case, it would be FY20. Update it, modify it, improve it for purposes of FY21 request. So that process would start in July, and we will definitely include Law and Order Committee in the instructions that OMB issues. So that the update is just basically on the scope of work. The other is funding. The BIA goes by the rule that the prior year base funding serve as the base funding for the next year. For example, if law enforcement receives $23 million this year as recurring funding, it's called recurring funding, $23 million in recurring funding for FY20, then that will have to serve as a base for FY21, $23 million. And the BIA usually refers to provision in the Indian Self-Determination Act that says that the tribe can only request the prior year's secretarial and acted amount. So when BIA says there's opportunity to negotiate, really what they mean is the scope of work. And in the past, what BIA had advised is if we feel that the $23 million that we give law enforcement is not enough, then reduce your scope of work. But the nation maintain, okay, no, this is what we have to carry out to address the need in the public. Give us more money that augments or is sufficient to the scope of work. But BIA would say, all we can give you is what comes from Congress. We cannot give you more. If you want more, that's where the leadership needs to lobby. Delegates and the president lobby Congress, appropriators they call it, and try to seek additional funding to that process. And submission of the annual funding request is not the process to seek additional funding, is what BIA said. So this is where the nation and BIA has come to a head in the prior years. So when we start the process for the FY21 request, like I said, next month, July, we'll keep you informed, and then we can continue to have these discussions as we go through the process on funding proposal submission. Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Thank you very much. Guess that's your answer, and I'm going to go ahead and ask any the committee members if they have any other questions or follow-up. Go once, go twice, 3 times. Thank you very much for your report, Mr. Cordell Chordy, and Dominic Bial for your and then for getting on to this call. And it is very, very, very important and enlightening to see what's going on within the administration related to the concerns that we have today. For and then the wicked of blood. With no other questions, and from the committee members or other delegates that are on the line, I'm going to move forth to go ahead and call for the question. Lorraine, go ahead and take the tally.
Okay, Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
I vote.
You vote green? Vince James, how do you vote? Vince James, how do you vote? Eugene So, how do you vote? Eugene So, how do you vote?
Green, 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 green.
Okay, Eugene So votes green. Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Vice Chair, we have 2 in favor, none opposed, 1 not voting, which is the Vice Chair, 1 absent, which is Mr. Yazzie, and Mr. James is excused.
Thank you very much. Yes, let the record reflect that Mr. Honorable James, he's excused and he's up in his chapter area, which is delivering food from St. Mary's Food Bank. So I really like to just have it on record that these donations that are coming from off the reservation, they it's very, very important, and they are playing a very, very important role in relating to the COVID, fighting COVID on the Navajo Nation, and helping families coming from elders down to their mother and fathers and children and just toddlers and away you can't not go. I really, really commend them. Moving forth on the agenda, I believe the Honorable Chairwoman wanted to make a directive. Are you on the line, Chairwoman?
I am here, Vice Chair. Thank you. Mr. Haven, if you could draft us a directive to Office of Management and Budget regarding the 638 contract timeline to please keep the Law and Order Committee aware of the 638 contracts and when the time to negotiate I think that with the recommendations that have been provided to us on how to proceed forward, I don't know if we've ever had any legislation drafted regarding the negotiation and the push to increase our funding amount. I don't know, again, if there was a letter that was sent to Congress. We have advocating, but perhaps we'll have greater strength if we pass legislation demanding we have more money directed to the Navajo Nation in regards to the 38 funds. But in either case, I think that the directive does need to be sent to OMB to walk us through what we can do to start moving forward with getting money increased. We also have a directive sent to the department that have presented. I would like a timeline on when they to have this completed. I know the OMB did give us a date as far as when it reaches his office and his timeline, but we need to at this point the report where it's at and then how long it will be so that we can give our officers information on when they can expect to receive some of this back pay and also when they can expect to receive some of this pay. So I think that this directive does need to take place, reminding the various departments who have presented before us that we will call another special meeting maybe to try to push this process along. And I think that would probably push them as far as getting this completed. So again, 2 directives. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Sheila, thank you very much for that directive. And I believe legal counsel, Mr. Haven, has written down the information and has it we'll start working on the directive. And then I believe we have it on record also, and that our advisor also has this record, this directive in place. And it's motioned by the chairwoman, Honorable Eugenia Newton Charles Newton. See, comes before the end. And then I'm going to call for a second. Committee members. Honorable committee members, you think so?
I'm talking to you. Second.
Hagoshila, Eugene So seconds the motion. And with this directive that's in place and being on the record, I will go ahead and call for the question. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Madam Chair, how do you vote?
Good.
Honorable Eugene So and Madam Chair votes green for the record. Honorable Vince James is excused. And Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? I'm going to go ask one more time. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie is not answering, so he will be listed absent. And motion carries on the directive and the vote of 2 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, and 1 absent. And thank you very much, Madam Chair, for your directive and related to the 630 contract and related to the timelines to be set for the special duty pay for police officers. Anyway, with that, at this time, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor, or you want me to go? Is there any other agenda on the line? What's the next item on the agenda, Maureen?
There's nothing else, Honorable So.
Alrighty then, with that, we're at the tail end of the agenda. Usually there's a line.
Honorable So, you need to do a vote to accept the report that was provided by OMB.
Ah, okay. That I thought we did.
That was already done. That was already.
Doreen.
That was.
Okay, sorry about that.
2 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 not voting, 1 absent, 1 excused. And then the one that you did was just for directive.
Okay, then. Since we have that on the record, I'm going to go ahead and tell in. Is there any announcement, any delegates on the line? Announcement.
Question.
Go what? Question. Announcement. Honorable Eugene Phelps.
Just a question. Tomorrow's state task force slide later on there. What numbers do I use? I'm also a council delegate. You guys have to remember that.
Okay, Eugene. I'll go ahead and get information for you again, and I'll go ahead and forward it to you the way I forward you today's number, and then the Navajo committee number that I forward to you, so that you can call in on that state task force. The other two is, I believe we had a meeting scheduled for tomorrow, but I believe, just looking at my computer, it was rescheduled for the 13th. It was gaming task force was subcommittee was supposed to meet on the 6th, but I believe it's moved up to the 13th. So but tomorrow's meeting will be for the state task force. Any other council committee members? Do you have any other announcements? Go once, go twice, go 3 times. With that, there's no more announcements. And I'm going to remind everybody that I believe we have a regular committee meeting scheduled for Monday, the 8th. Regular law and order committee meetings are the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Mondays of the month. So that's where we're at, and we'll be working Monday at 10 again. Thank you very much, and I'm going to call for a motion to adjourn.
Motion made by Charles Newton.
Motion to adjourn, helped by Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton, and second motion held by Honorable Eugene South. I'm going to call for the question, and I'm going to turn that over to Lorraine. Go ahead.
Okay, Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Green.
Okay, Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Vince James is excused. Eugene South, how do you vote?
Green. I shall figure it out. Fine.
Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Okay, we have 2 in favor, none opposed, 1 not voting, which is the chair, Otto So. 1 is excused, Vince James, and Edmund Yazzie is absent.
Thank you very much. Motion carried. Motion has adjourned at 3:16 p.m. Thank you very much, committee members. And you worked for a good 5 hours. 5 hours and 15 minutes. So that's 12 hours, $12 an hour we got. and now it ends. Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye.
We'll talk to you guys Monday. Bye.